Are there any statements by honourable members? And I call the member for Melbourne.
At the next election, the share of the vote, which goes to the two major parties, will most likely be at a record low. There will be a minority government. The Greens could hold the balance of power. And if someone says the Greens can't deliver, then show them this. We don't just imagine what we can do, we are already working to do it. Just this term, we've secured an extra $3.5 billion for public and social housing, environmental protections for water, the right to disconnect outside work hours, 20% off HECS debts, and secured $1.7 billion for clean energy. And we're just getting started. Last time there was a minority government, we got dental into Medicare for kids. That was the Greens, and world-leading climate legislation too. Now we can do it again. Labor has shown that when it's in majority, it won't tackle the big problems we face. They just tinker around the edges. But the Liberals want to copy Trump and tear the whole place up and put the billionaires in charge. The Greens want real change. We want bold, real change which puts people above the profits of big corporations. We want to tax billionaires and big corporations to fund the things that our communities need. Dental and Medicare, a rent freeze, cheaper groceries, being able to see the GP for free. The Greens will keep Dutton out and get Labor to act. The age of the two-party system is over. It's time to hold the major parties and their billionaire backers accountable. So if you want change, vote for it.
Call a member for Chisholm.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. And on the 8th of March, it will be International Women's Day. And this year's theme is Accelerate Action. And that is something that our government has been doing since we were elected in 2022. We've been working really hard and getting results in closing the gender pay gap. We've introduced a really ambitious national plan to end gendered violence within a generation. And there have been many more achievements, too many to mention here, to make a more equal Australia. And I want to talk today about the strides we're making in women's health. This is an issue that's very important in my community. I've had women's health forums with locals. I've held a roundtable with the Monash Women's Health Alliance and the Assistant Minister, Jed Carney, to talk about the issues facing women's health today. And to have the announcement made just in the last few days that we will see PBS listing for new oral contraceptive pills the first time in more than 30 years is remarkable. More support for women experiencing menopause and perimenopause is something that only a government with a majority of women around the table helping to make decisions can make. And I'm very proud to be a part of a Labor government that listens to women and acts on the very vital issue of women's health. Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker.
Call a member for Mayo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Across the country, there are thousands of entrepreneurial businesses making a difference to everyday Australians. One such business is Dreams Edge, a small Australian company working on innovative technology for elder support in my electorate of Mayo. The fantastic work of small technology companies is often drowned out by the chorus of gratitude at large companies and international consulting companies. Consequently, many of the wonderful advances in technology created by small to medium companies goes unnoticed and it fails to be adopted by government. Dreams Edge focuses on technology that helps older Australians to stay in the home safely and also assists in residential aged care facilities. Their platforms use AI sensors to monitor residents and communicate with residents and carers and ambulance response times in emergencies. It monitors health indicators like heart, pulse, breathing rates, and also whether someone's had a fall. And it creates alerts when predictive indicators are triggered. It also automates data collection for staff roster management and reporting healthcare providers' quarterly statistics to the Department of Health and Ageing. Dreams Edge was founded by technologists who wanted to support their own ageing parents and is now improving safety and the quality of life for older Australians. So congratulations and well done to Dreams Edge, and thank you for coming and meeting with me in my electorate.
Call member for Blair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Albanese Labor government is not just getting wages moving and reducing inflation. We're supporting more local jobs in Ipswich, with the latest Australian Bureau of Statistics data revealing nearly 20,000 new positions have been created across the Ipswich region in the last 2.5 years. The labour force figures released this month reveal the Albanese Labor government's come in. We've increased jobs in our region by 10.5%. That's local employment of 204,000 people. A number of major employers and developments in the Ipswich region have helped create this jobs boom, including New Santori drinks manufacturing facility at Swanbank, the Australia Post, Coles and L'Oreal distribution centres, and Rheinmetall's Military Vehicle Centre of Excellence in Redbank. Rheinmetall is supporting around 600 direct local jobs and hundreds of direct jobs as part of a major contract for defence delivered by the Albanese government to produce and export Boxer heavy weapon carrier vehicles to Germany. On top of this, JBS is putting on more than 500 new jobs and another shift from last year at their Dinmore meat processing plant in Ipswich in response to increased global demand for Aussie beef. This is good for jobs in the Ipswich region, and it's what a Labor government does for the people of Ipswich.
Call a member for Warringah.
Housing is vital for us to maintain a strong and vibrant economy and society, but in my electorate of Warringah, it still remains an ongoing and pressing issue as many other places around the country. In our basic hierarchies of needs, safety is paramount. Feeling safe means you have systems to support us, to ensure the safety of our families and loved ones. And this has to start with secure and affordable housing. My office has a housing survey open to better understand the views of Warringah on the measures that could play a key role in addressing housing supply and demand. So I encourage everyone across Warringah to have their say before the survey closes. So far, we've heard from many different people in the community who are being locked out of buying a home and struggling to afford rent. These are the people who deliver our essential services, young families and our renting retirees. We've heard from local business who rely on workers on visas who can't get housing for their employees close to their work. So the problem is widespread. In areas like North Sydney and Crow's Nest, they are looking to build more than 7,000 residences over the next 5 years, which will provide some critical access to Sydney Metro. But we need to do more than just focus on construction to increase supply. We know that you also have to do much more around better utilisation of the current stock that we have in relation to use of the home. So I call on the government to commit to meaningful reform when it looks to tax and utilisation to make sure we increase supply through all means.
Call a member for Bennelong.
Deputy Speaker, the government is delivering on our promise to strengthen Medicare, and nowhere is that more evident than in our investment in Medicare urgent care clinics. These clinics are revolutionising bulk billing in the suburbs. Fully bulk billed, the wait times are low, and the opening hours are long. In breaking news, Deputy Speaker, the Top Ride Medicare Urgent Care Clinic is now open for 2 hours longer, from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m, 7 days a week. And look, you'll hear us all bang on about this in this place, but don't take my word for it. Here's what locals are saying about the Top Ride Medicare Urgent Care Clinic. Yvonne says, the doctors and staff here are the best I've ever had. I recently attended and I'm impressed with their protocol, their teamwork. It gave me great confidence in their handling. I'm forever grateful for their support. Carrie says, Dear Jerome, just had our first experience with urgent care at Top Ride. Very pleased to say we're seen very quickly and we'll bulk bill for the care. Definitely would have gone to the emergency department if I didn't know about it. And Sigrid said, clap emoji, heart emoji, heart emoji. Such a luxury, which I don't really know what means, Deputy Speaker, but you get the drift. The urgent care clinic in Bennelong in less than a year has become a crucial part of our local healthcare network. It's open from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. and it's fully bulk billed. And we know that they're under risk under a Liberal government. Only Labor will protect our urgent care clinic and continue to strengthen Medicare in Bennelong.
Call a member for Wright.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And remember at the last election, the then opposition leader was running around the countryside saying everyone was going to be better off under Labor. Well, I ask you now, are you actually better off 3 years on? Because all I've seen is crisis after crisis after crisis. A cost of living crisis, a housing crisis, an energy bill crisis. When I speak to my charity groups, my food bank people are saying the people that are arriving today looking for charity has shifted. They're not people that are unemployed. They're not the people that they would traditionally be that had fallen on hard times. There are people now showing to food banks in my electorate, mum and dad both working, who under this government just cannot make ends meet. The housing crisis, when we left office, there was no housing crisis. 250,000 houses were being built each year. When you adjust the immigration policy to 1.2 million in 2 years and you don't have anywhere for them to sleep, you created the housing crisis. The energy crisis, on my farms alone, when we were in government, my bills were around the 1,200, now they're over double that. We were told that energy was going to be free. Wind, sun. 27,000 businesses insolvencies. Australia cannot afford any more crises. Australia cannot afford the ALP.
Call member for Werriwa.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Winston Churchill once remarked, "We make a living by what we get, but we make a life by what we give." On this measure, Ron Hughes, who sadly passed away earlier this year, lived a full life. Ron was a stalwart of the Southern District Soccer Club Association for decades. Indeed, he was on the committee for 26 years. Excuse me. I've known Ron for more than 20 years and I appreciate his help and support. First, when I was the chair of the Liverpool Council Sports Committee and throughout that time. During his 26-year period on the Southern Districts, Ron held positions on the Liverpool District's Women's Soccer Committee and Liverpool Sports Council. In addition to his service with Southern Districts, Ron was involved with Liverpool Rangers Soccer Club for over 27 years. Throughout all of his life of volunteering, Ron worked passionately and tirelessly to make football more inclusive. Ron's service and dedication to football was recognised through life membership of the Southern Districts in 1993 and Liverpool Rangers in 2000. He was also awarded in 2012 football's prestigious George Churchward Medal. At his funeral, a guard of honour was formed as a sign of respect. It was an appropriate gesture for Ron. I offer my sympathies to my family, to Ron's family and the bigger soccer family for his life and all his service.
Call amendment for Farton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Coalition supports affordable and accessible healthcare for all Australian women. The government's announcement of $573 million in women's health package is a welcome commitment, but let us not forget the Coalition has pioneered much of this work already. It was the former Coalition government that made historic investments in women's health, establishing Australia's first endometriosis-specific clinics and laying the foundation for better healthcare for women nationwide. You see, women's healthcare has always been a priority for the Coalition. And as a father of 3 girls, I understand that any commitment to women's health is crucial. But right now, across our nation, we have a primary health crisis that has never been worse. Under the Albanese Labor government, it has been harder and more expensive for women to access critical primary health care. The GP bulk billing rate has collapsed from 88% under the Coalition to just 77% today, leading to over 1.5 million Australians avoiding GP visits due to cost concerns. So we will hear a Medicare campaign at the next election, but the Coalition is the only party that can be trusted to get Australia's healthcare system back on track.
And I call the member for Newcastle.
Hunter.
Sorry. That's
Thank
Sharon.
you.
Yes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Australia Day has came and gone and the Cessnock City Council has announced as 2025 Citizen of the Year. This year the title went to my good mate Liam Woods. Liam is truly inspiring. He's a strong supporter of the Leukaemia Foundation, Stem Cell Donors Australia and Transplant Australia and has helped others by sharing stories and experiences of his own transplant journey and raising vital funds for these important organisations. He has also proved that having a transplant or negative diagnosis doesn't hold you back in life, representing our country on the world stage at the World Transplant Games and Transplant Football World Cup. I would also like to recognise the other 5 recipients of awards on that day. Peter Turenbeck, who was announced as a Senior Citizen of the Year. The Junior Citizen of the Year was Cessnock High School Interact. The Marie Callaghan Award for Young Female Achiever went to Lily Bridge. The Sport Award went to Young Motocross Superstar Braxton Anderson. The Community Event of the Year, once again, was awarded to Kersley Community Anzac Dawn Service. which is always a moving and appropriate way to remember those who served our nation. And finally, Tani Beckett, John Bosco, Georgina Grine, Ron Pine, Barbara Rodham, Bruce Wilson and the Huntley Academy all received community awards. Congratulations to Liam, well deserved, and congratulations to everyone.
Member for Lyon.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I would like to give a great shout out and a thank you to Grace Stenke, a US-trained nuclear engineer and nuclear fuel specialist who took leave from her job as a nuclear engineer in America to go on a tour of Perth, Collie, Port Augusta, Adelaide, Sydney, tour a waste facility, Melbourne, Brisbane, Parliament House, Lithgow and in Gippsland. She spoke with Australian nuclear specialists in nuclear law and nuclear engineering, Lenka Kohler, Adi Patterson, Robert Barr, Helen Cook, Kirsty Brabon, Jasmine Diab and Will Shackle, the prolific teenager who set up Nuclear for Australia. People are hungry for cheap, reliable, clean power, and nuclear delivers that. And all those stereotypes about people being afraid of nuclear, once it's explained to them, they are very keen to know more and look forward to Australia embracing it. I'd like to thank Grace so much to take time out. Americans don't get many holidays, but it meant she's probably used up all her annual leave to come and educate us about the massive expansion, the safety and the reliability of nuclear power. Thank you.
Call the member for Blair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Ipswich CBD will soon begin its transformation thanks to a $3.8 million investment from the Albanese government to fund detailed upgrade designs by the Ipswich City Council. I was pleased with Deputy Mayor Nicole Jonick, Assistant Minister Senator Anthony Chisholm and local councillor Andrew Antonelli to be there when we announced this funding under the Australian Government's Urban Precincts and Partnership program. The project will develop designs for the expansion of the Ipswich Art Gallery and the redevelopment of the Ipswich Civic Centre, which was opened in the days of Gough Whitlam and Bill Hayden and upgraded by the governments of Kevin Rudd and Julia Gillard. Now, this will be involving planning for a streetscape refreshing of Brisbane Street, the integration of inner-city CBD cycle network and additional urban green initiatives. The planning precinct aims to enhance economic development and it will create jobs. It will also support our flourishing arts community in Ipswich and also support the new use and better use of the Ipswich CBD. It will deliver an arts and cultural precinct, provide a space for artists and performers to collectively work and create, and that's great for Ipswich. I'm pleased to support this and I congratulate the Ipswich City Council on getting this funding.
Call a member for Wannon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. This Sunday, the Gillen Boys Walk for a Cure will take place at 10 a.m, leaving from the Lady Bay Resort. So for all those who aren't doing the Port Fairy Marathon, make sure you get down to the Lady Bay at 10 o'clock on Sunday for a wonderful, wonderful cause. The Gillen Boys Foundation, led by Chris now, started by Chris and Aaron, and sadly Aaron passed away in 2017 from muscular dystrophy, is all about raising awareness for muscular dystrophy. And it is a wonderful cause. And can I say to Chris, you are an absolute inspiration. And the way that you have kept the Gillen Boys Foundation going, raising much needed funds and awareness, is an absolute inspiration. Over $500,000 has now been raised, money going to institutions like the Murdoch Institution to do much needed research. So I can't be there because I'll be running the Port Fairy Marathon, but I wish you all the best, Chris. Encourage, please, everyone who can to get down there and support. I still have my green laces. And can I tell you, get green laces on, make sure you're there doing everything you can to raise awareness and funds for muscular dystrophy. Well done, Chris.
Call a member for Bean.
Deputy Speaker, The residents of Bean are well known for our generosity and community spirit. So many Bean residents make a positive contribution to our neighbourhood, the territory and to our nation. Each Australia Day through the Honours List, special recognition is made to citizens who've made outstanding contributions. And today I'd like to put on the record my thanks to these outstanding locals for their work in making our community and nation a better place. Lawrence Mound being recognised for the service to scientific research into the identification and biology of plant-feeding insects. Val Dempsey being recognised for service to community health. John Saxon being recognised for service to space science. Mark Alcock being recognised for service in maritime affairs. Frank Mirando, Victoria Ross, Susan Saunders, Diong Van Dartel being recognised for their outstanding contribution to public service. Group Captain Maria Jovanovic being recognised for service to the Royal Australian Air Force. Captain Anthony Pisani being recognised for outstanding achievements in the fields of Navy capability. Commodore Nigel Smith being recognised for outstanding achievement as the Director-General Guided Weapons and Explosive Ordnance Enterprise Task Force. Thank you one and all for your outstanding contributions and for your richly deserved recognition.
Call a member for Cowper.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. With the ever-increasing pressures on cost of living, the urgent need for both parents to actively earn income has never been greater. And while those across the floor may congratulate themselves on the reforms to reduce the cost of childcare, the prevailing issue in my region is actually finding a placement. It's hard to save money on a service that you don't actually have the ability to access. The waiting lists in some areas are upwards of 300 families. We have more young families in Cowper than ever before, which is fantastic to see, but the number of childcare placements has stagnated. A parent who is willing and able to work simply isn't able to do so. Over the past 6 years, I've held childcare forums across my electorate and heard of the unworkable levels of red tape, staff education requirements that do not fit the level of pay, poaching of current educators into primary schools, and even the NDIS due to better conditions, which all lead to the demoralisation of the current workforce and inability to attract new staff. My question to this government is, you must be hearing the same issues. What system overhauls did you attempt to table over the past 3 years? Well, I can tell my constituents in Cowper, none.
Call a member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. The Chinese Lunar New Year has been celebrated in Darwin and Palmerston for many years, and this year is the Year of the Snake. I've been delighted to attend a number of events around Darwin and Palmerston the last couple of weeks to celebrate Lunar New Year. There have been events held by the Chinese Chamber of Commerce of the Northern Territory, the NT Timor Chinese Association held a great celebration, and on Australia Day, the Australia-China Friendship Society, NT, ran an excellent event. I want to give a shout out to these fantastic organisations for hosting these great events, but also still to come is the Chung Hwa Society's dinner and the Vietnamese community NT chapter and their events. So very much looking forward to those. These events celebrate the diversity and multiculturalism that makes our country stronger. My electorate, Darwin and Palmerston, is very much known for its rich multicultural community. We have diasporas from around the world in Darwin, something that I'm very proud of as the member for Solomon, and I'll always support these organisations. I love the fact that these organisations have run events that celebrate Australia, but still hold to the traditions of the Lunar New Year that their families have been marking for generations.
Call a member for Parks.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Today marks the 17th anniversary of the apology to the stolen generation made by Kevin Rudd in this place. It also coincides with my very first day as a Member of Parliament, a day that I'll never forget. And as I'm coming to the end of my time here, reflecting on things, the fact that I represent, in terms of percentage, the second highest Indigenous population of any electorate in Australia, only following the Lingiari in the Northern Territory, The relationship and the work I've done with Aboriginal communities over that time is something that I take a great deal of pride. The friends that I've made, the successes and sometimes the heartaches we've shared. One of the great success stories has been the Clontarf Foundation, which I've championed in this place right from the beginning. And across my electorate, we've got many of the Foundation's campuses. And tomorrow on the Senate lawn, Clontarf will be putting on a game of football, rugby league, and I'm looking forward to being there and part of that. Later in the week, there will be a presentation in the House from Clontarf as well. Because of Clontarf, hundreds of young men have graduated from high school, gone on to further employment, further education, to the military and a whole range of other things. And the Aboriginal people in my electorate are working hard, and Clontarf, the next generation of leaders coming through.
Call member for Blair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Albanese Labor government has announced that 41 organisations across Australia will receive a share of $100 million for new crisis and transitional housing for women and children impacted by domestic and family violence and older women at risk of homelessness. Now, thanks to the Crisis and Transitional Accommodation Program, local service provider Domestic Violence Action Centre in Ipswich, known as DVAC, which is the biggest and most important domestic violence crisis organisation west of Brisbane, will be funded $2.8 million to help build 10 new dwellings in the Ipswich region for women and children experiencing family and domestic violence and older women at risk of homelessness. This is funded through Labor's Housing Australia Future Fund, opposed by those opposite. The Crisis and Transitional Accommodation Program supports the building and remodelling and purchase of new or expanded crisis or transitional accommodation. Now, this will help thousands of women and children across Australia. Now, DVAC do a great job, and I want to congratulate CEO Amy Carrington. The service provides support for women and children, particularly from a feminist point of view, and I have dealt with them for many, many years, and I dealt with them prior to coming to this place when I was a practising family lawyer. Congratulations, DVAC, for the work you do.
Call a member for Mallee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak this afternoon about the direct impact of bureaucratic failures and inadequate aged care workforce on people in acute need of help and support in my electorate of Mallee. I refer to a constituent named Liz, who came to me distressed at the red tape and inaction she had encountered regarding access to aged care services. Liz is an older Australian living at home and has stage 4 metastatic lung cancer. In her words, "I am bedridden. Surely I am a priority." When I contacted Centrelink, I found her case had been waiting for more than 309 days. I called Minister Wells to discuss Liz's very acute need for increased support and subsequently worked with staff at the department. She is now receiving the care she needs and can safely remain at home with appropriate support. Bedridden elderly Australians should not have to fight the system to get the help they need to stay at home. Bloated bureaucracy and inaction on aged care workforce shortages in the regions are an ongoing failure of this government.
Call the member for Werriwa.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. My electorate is rich in diversity. It is home to nationalities from all over the world and is home to all faiths. My diary reflects this diversity. In January this year, I've attended a Serbian and a Syrian event, as well as one organised by the Chinese Associations of Greater Western Sydney. In February, I've attended multiple Lunar New Year celebrations hosted by the Australian Chinese Buddhist Associations. Attending these events, affirming that the communities they represent and thanking community leaders who give up so much of their time is one of the great privileges of my job. The electorate is full of people and volunteers from multicultural communities, many of whom are genuinely local heroes. I think of the late Harry Hunt OAM, who gave so much to our community, or Emmanuel Sada and his tireless work for the Assyrian community. And of course, there's Michael Angelovic, who works tirelessly in the Serbian community. And finally, of course, there's James Chan OAM. James' efforts in the Chinese and Buddhist communities are, to say at least, legendary in our part of the world. To each of these communities, their leaders and volunteers, I say thank you, and especially thank you for inviting me to be part of everything that you do.
Call a member for Leichhardt.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Speaker. I rise to recognise the extraordinary act of bravery of young Dion Whitford, a 20-year-old young, proud Indigenous man, a true hero in our community. Last Sunday, Dion was sitting in his ute in the car park at Cairns when a young lad, frantic and distressed, knocked on his window. The boy pleaded for help, screaming that two young girls were caught in the raging floodwaters in the nearby drain. Without a moment of hesitation, Dion raced alongside the drain. Terrified children were swept away in a powerful current. 250 metres downstream, the drain went underneath a car park, a very deadly hazard. One of the kids was able to get out. The second one disappeared into the drain, and Dion, without a second thought, sprinted to the other side. He leapt into the fast-moving water, reached out and pulled her to safety. His first priority was not himself, but ensuring that these kids were safe. Emergency services arrived quickly after and assessed the child, who, thankfully, was not injured. Dion didn't seek any recognition. He simply did what he knew was right. He's been, by the council, he's been rightfully nominated for a National Bravery Award. It's not just about award nomination, it's recognition of selflessness, courage and community spirit. It's a reminder that true heroes walk amongst us, ready to act in a moment of crisis. Today we honour Dion Whitford, a man whose bravery saved a life and whose actions reflect the best of our nation.
Yeah. Why do I feel like I'm at a Punch and Judy show? I call a member for Blair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I pay tribute to Norman Henry Kruger, who died at 93 years of age. I was pleased and proud to have spoken at his eulogy at his funeral, and I want to pay my deepest condolences to his wife Jan and his daughter Leanne. Norm was a wonderful servant in the Labor Party, a member of the party for 66 years, and the first person I voted for as a councillor in the Ipswich City Council. He lived around the corner from Des Freeman, who became the mayor in 1979. Norm was the youngest councillor in Queensland in the Pine Rivers area, and then moved with his job as corrective services to Ipswich. He then was actively involved in Ipswich politics, particularly in the local Labor Party. He was a councillor for Division 4. He was a brilliant orator and raconteur who was quite dapper. He liked the grey suits and the floral ties, and in the sort of the likes of Al Grasby and Paul Keating. He was a fantastic local councillor. He was more like a pastor and priest and a person like that. He was there to help people. And I want to say, Norm, in his retirement days, I used to call him the Mayor of Marburg. He enjoyed catching up with him, and he would speak to you as loudly, one-on-one, as he would speak to a whole group of people. And I raised my voice in deliberate honour of Norm. The outpouring of love and respect and admiration for Norm across the Ipswich community is there for all to see. He left us with beautiful memories. Thank you, Norm.
Call a member for Gippsland.
Australia can't afford another 3 years of hard labour. I'm worried that our country is heading in the wrong direction, with families struggling under Labor's cost of living crisis. Because I've watched as the Labor Greens have attacked our community with bans on the timber industry and cuts to regional programs. I will always work to protect our local jobs, reduce waste in government and deliver lower taxes so we can take the pressure off families and afford the things that really matter, like better roads, improved healthcare and upgrading our local facilities. We need a fair share of funding for Gippsland. We need to get Australia back on track. Deputy Speaker, I want to take the opportunity to update the Chamber on the Cycling Without Age Gippsland program, which has received great support since we started fundraising only a matter of 6 months ago. As the honorary chair of the program, I have been able to work with the community to raise enough money to purchase 2 trishaws and a trailer, and we've started giving our first rides in our community for people who can no longer ride a bicycle themselves. At its heart, Deputy Speaker, Cycling Without Age across Australia is about generosity and kindness. It's about giving people the opportunity to socialise, and I want to say a huge thanks to the volunteer pilots right across Australia who are giving their time every week to put smiles on faces
Personally, I've had the chance to volunteer to take several rides along the Foreshore at Lakes Entrance. It's been an extraordinary privilege to hear people's stories. I look forward to spreading Cycling Without Age Gippsland right across the region in the weeks ahead.
Call a member for Werriwa.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. One of the great privileges of my role is being invited to community events. Over the weekend, for the first time, I attended the Vietnamese Tet Festival at Fairfield Showground. The Tet Festival also coincides with the Vietnamese Festival of New Year, which this year is the Year of the Snake. The festival was a huge success. Dozens of stallholders, rides and food stalls. The crowd was terrific and a perfect blend of old and young, traditional dress with modern. The feel of the event was one of celebration and joy, even though it was very warm in the morning and got wet later. This was especially evident on stage, which was full of singing and colourful and beautiful costumes. On the evening, I was pleased to join my parliamentary colleagues, the member for McMahon, Chris Bowen, the member for Cabramatta, Trevo, and the member for Liverpool, Karishma Caliander, and the member for Prospect, Hugh McDermott. The Prime Minister, no stranger to our part of Sydney, was also present for the evening and warmly received by the crowd. I congratulate the organisers of the event, especially Peter Ha. While it may have been my first Tet festival, it certainly won't be my last. I wish all the constituents from Vietnamese community a happy and prosperous Year of the Snake.
Call a member for Moore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to inform the House that as a result of strong and effective advocacy, local government authorities in my electorate will receive a combined $16.5 million in federal financial assistance grants for 2024-25, an increase of $387,917 over the previous financial year. The City of Joondalup receives approximately $7.2 million, whilst the City of Stirling receives $9.3 million. This represents an increase of 1% and 3.6% respectively over the 2023-24 grants. The financial assistance grants consist of two components: a general purpose component, which is distributed between states and territories according to population on a per capita basis, and secondly, a local road component, which is distributed between the states and territories according to fixed historical shares. Both components of the grants are untied in the hands of local government, allowing councils to spend the grants according to local priorities. These federal grants help subsidise the cost to ratepayers of providing essential community services and maintaining the local road network.
Call a member for Newcastle.
Thank you. Well, I rise today with some great news for the Newcastle community. The petroleum exploration permits, known as PEP 11, have been formally rejected, putting an end to the decade-long threat of oil and gas off our precious coast. More than 75,000 people have signed petitions to stop PEP 11. So when Labor's Minister for Industry and Science formally rejected the applications, there was a huge collective sigh of relief. PEP 11 has no friends in Newcastle. Our community's message has been loud, clear and consistent for over a decade. PEP 11 is not welcome, not in Sydney, not on the Central Coast, and certainly not Newcastle. This project never made sense, economically, environmentally, or from an energy standpoint. It endangered local jobs in tourism, hospitality and fishing. This could have been resolved years ago had the former Liberal government followed due process. I'm pleased that the Albanese Labor government worked methodically to reach this decision. I thank the Newcastle community for your patience and advocacy. In particular, I'd like to give a big shout out to Natasha Dean and the fabulous Save Our Coast team, and acknowledge the tireless efforts of Josh Kirkman and the Surf Riders Foundation for leading the community fight against PEP 11. I am honoured to have taken up this fight on your behalf. The Minister's rejection of PEP 11 is a huge win, and I thank Novocastrians for their strong and steadfast advocacy. This is your win.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I'm so proud the way that my staff have taken up the challenge of serving our community, and I want to take this opportunity as we head towards the end of this term to thank them, because we've gone through a lot together, guys. Ruth Doyle is well known in our community. She goes above and beyond, and she's been doing this for years, helping people out. And she'll call them weeks afterwards to make sure things go through. Ruth, I know this because I hear it. People tell me all the time about the great job you do. Thank you. And Ruth's been going through some pretty tough times with health struggles herself. So, Ruth, I love you and thank you for the job you do for my community. Scott O'Connell, you've been there with me since day one. Mate, you're looking after your boy Al at the moment. It's a joy to see him grow up in my office. To Joanne Doyle, you were next off the order. You've done such a great job. And to do it in a term when you've lost two parents, I don't know how you've done it. I really, really appreciate you, Joe, for everything you do for my community. Look, Greta Dwan, you've done a great job coming in and turning around my media. Thank you so much for someone so young. You've done a great job. Keely Bertha, you're amazing. Your energy you bring to my office is absolutely fantastic. Rose and Matthew, you're an absolute breath of fresh air. But look, I've got so many volunteers who are in that office too. I'm going to name as many as I can here. Peter on the phone calls, Steve, Sheldon, Nathan, Susan, Jeff, Neil, Sam, Adam. There's so many more. We are a service provision to our community. What you guys do makes our community better, and I want everyone to hear how much I appreciate you.
Is a member for Wills seeking the call, or no? Okay, no. Member, I can't call a member for Casey.
I've been working with the Belgrave Football Netball Club, the Belgrave Cricket Club, Belgrave Junior Football Club, and the Belgrave Men's Shed to upgrade the pavilion at the Belgrave Recreation Reserve. The Belgrave Recreation Reserve Pavilion was built in 1950 and doesn't have facilities that allow our community to come together. While the women's teams are growing, the outdated facilities are holding them back. And I've been out at the club and seen firsthand the sense of community it provides for all that are part of the Belgrave family. There's been strong community support for an upgraded pavilion, and as the reserve also doubles as a community hub for the hills in the event of an emergency. We've now received over 1,070 signatures on our petition. Thank you to the committees of the Belgrave clubs and the Men's Shed for your continued advocacy for the upgrade. And I particularly want to thank Mel Davey. Mel's passion for women's sport is unparalleled, and she has been an incredible advocate to upgrade the facilities for all in Belgrave. And it's time that the Belgrave Recreational Reserve Pavilion was upgraded to support the growth in female participation and become a community hub for the wider Hills region. And I'll continue to be a strong local voice for this upgrade, and together we'll keep fighting to get it done.
I call a member for Wannon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker, and I rise today to make sure that the community knows about a really, really important announcement that myself and the Leader of the Opposition, Peter Dutton, made last Thursday. And that is, if a coalition government is elected, we will rescind the offshore wind farm which is proposed off the coast of Warrnambool and Port Fairy. The community consultation by Chris Bowen and Anthony Albanese has been an absolute debacle when it has come to this offshore wind farm. They haven't had a clue from day one. First, it was going to be off the coast of Portland. Then they've moved it off the coast of Port Fairy and Warrnambool. There's been no environmental work being done, no economic impact or any economic impact analysis being done. There's been no assurances given about using any local content. The whole debacle has been, from woe to go, a complete and utter sham. The community has felt like it has been utterly walked over through this process. And you have to remember, when it comes to renewable energy, no electorate is doing more, especially when it comes to wind, than the electorate of Wannon. So enough is enough, what the community has said to the government. And that is why, if a coalition government is elected, we will not proceed with that offshore wind farm.
Call the member for Keogh.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In less than 3 months, Australia will elect its 48th Parliament. These last 3 years have seen the worst inflation in more than 3 decades. Groceries are up 30% on 2020 levels. Housing is less affordable than ever before. Rentals in critically short supply. 2 in 3 Australian households have had to cut back on cooling or heating their homes. 1 in 3 has had to cut back on kids' sport or on school excursions. Many are able to insure their homes or their farms. We need all politicians in this country to listen to their communities, to work together, to give them confidence and hope for the future. This has to include a vision for sensitive, evidence-based tax reform to address increasing intergenerational inequity. That's something that as yet we have not received from any of the major parties in this country. We need a vision on getting a fair return on our fossil fuel and mineral wealth. And we have to use that to make best practice health, dental, disability and aged care accessible to all. We need a vision for making affordable housing a reality for all Australians. We need a vision to make things better, not worse, for the next generation. It has been my greatest privilege to be the member for Kooyong in this term, and if re-elected, I commit to that vision.
Order. In accordance with the Standing Order 43, the time for member statements has concluded, and I call the clerk.
Private members' business. Next order of the day, resumption of debate on the motion moved by the member for Moncrieff in relation to childcare.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Wannon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker, and it's a real pleasure to be able to support the member for Moncrieff on this motion. And just so everyone knows and understands what this motion is about, it's about making sure that we get more childcare places, especially in regional and rural areas, and we address the cost of living crisis that has been forced on families by the government's failure to be able to keep childcare prices down. So what this motion calls for, that it has been almost 3 years since the government was elected and the cost of childcare has increased by a whopping 22.3%. Since the government introduced its so-called cheaper childcare policy, out-of-pocket costs for families have skyrocketed by 12.7%. Almost 30% of childcare services are charging over the hourly rate cap under the current government, compared to 21% under the previous government. And this is just another broken promise from the government that continues to leave Australian families behind and calls on the government to deliver more access to early childhood education and care places to support Australians to return to the workforce and real cost of living relief to families. And this is especially the case in regional and rural Australia. Deputy Speaker, as you know, if you cannot control inflation, if you cannot control cost of business, then the pressure that's going to be put on childcare providers is enormous. And what this government has failed to do is understand that if you do not address the cost of doing business, then you leave businesses and small businesses, and the majority of those who provide childcare services are small businesses, then you make life incredibly, incredibly hard for them. And on top of that, if you do not have policies which enable you to expand the number of places through ensuring that you are bringing on board people who will work in childcare, those wonderful, wonderful educators who provide that education and care to young people, then what you will see is childcare deserts created. Now, one of the things that the government should be doing, and should be doing immediately, is saying, right, our first priority should be those areas where there are childcare deserts. That is what we should be looking at, aiming to fix. And yet what we've seen from this government is an inner city focus which has been all about just addressing where they see perceived concerns in the inner city. They haven't been able to look beyond the inner city to say, okay, what are the policies, what do we need in regional and rural Australia in particular? And that is especially the case in my electorate of Wannon. What have they been able to do, especially in areas like Casterton, in Portland, in Warrnambool, to address the issue about workforce shortages, to make sure that there are additional centres because additional centres are needed, but additional centres can't open up unless you can get the workforce that is required. And yet we haven't seen anything addressing those issues. Can I thank the member for Moncrieff, Angie Bell, for coming down to Wannon very early in this term, identifying that this was a real issue out in rural and regional areas, and in particular in my electorate of Wannon, for agreeing to come back in the not too distant future to once again sit down and hear what is going on in the ground, because it is by making sure you're out there listening, understanding, speaking to families, understanding what their needs and concerns are, understanding how, especially when it comes to mothers, they're not being able to get access back into the workforce because they can't get the childcare places. All those concerns are real concerns, and trying to make sure that you can get the policy settings right to address those issues so you get sustainable settings for childcare is so important, because if we continue to see the cost rises and cost increases that we're seeing under this Labor government, childcare is going to become more and more unaffordable for Australian families, and that's not what we want. And in particular in regional and rural areas like in the seat of Wannon, we've got to make sure that availability is there, especially in those regions and areas that need it the
Order.
most.
The member's time has expired. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Wills.
Speaker, thank you. Labor has always been the party of fairness, families and working people. In less than 3 years in government, the Albanese government has put forward transformative policies to build a universal early childhood education system accessible to all families. Now, we had no choice, Deputy Speaker, because in the last 4 years of the former coalition government, childcare prices went up twice as much as the OECD average, by 49%. Deputy Speaker, why is this the case? It is not enough to say those opposite to me are poor economic managers. They like to tout themselves as great economic managers, but the statistics tell a different story. But anyway, it's not just that. The mismanagement and neglect of the early childhood system and families more broadly goes far beyond this. No, those opposite have had an insidious contempt for fairness and inclusion. And that has played out when it comes to early childhood education. Those opposite to me have not put forward one cost of living policy in their time in opposition. I'd like to hear just one cost of living measure. Those opposite me do not advocate for families, for the equal opportunities and choices for women, or for an equitable and open educational system to give every single child the same start to life. They never have. I doubt they will. In contrast, the Labor government is building Australia's future when it comes to our policies on early education. 3-day guarantee, Deputy Speaker. We want to make sure every child gets the best possible start in life. That's why we have introduced the 3-day guarantee for all families. This is to guarantee all families 3 days of childcare subsidy each fortnight, with 100 hours of guaranteed for families caring for First Nations children and families who work, study or train. Over 100,000 families across this country will be eligible for more subsidised hours of early education. This is at least 100,000 children, probably a lot more because it's 100,000 families, 100,000 children or more who will access the transformative benefits of early learning. Deputy Speaker, let's just think about the effect of this, the ripple effect of this, just for a moment. Just one child in my community of Wills, in my electorate, has the potential to make a difference to the lives of those in their community, to the entire country. And each of these people have the potential to contribute positively to the world around them. Now, times that by over 100,000, and that's the ripple effect you'll see. Early education matters. It makes a difference. And it's just another step in Labor's plan to build universal early education system and save an average family of around $1,370 in the first financial year. When the former coalition government delivered their 2018 childcare package, they halved the number of subsidised hours of care that low-income families could access. They halved it from 48 hours to 24. I don't think you can change those facts. They know they did that. The number of low-income families accessing care went from 32,000 to 6,500. This was no accidental policy. It was built on the ideology of those opposite to increase inequity and exclude communities of people from accessing education and care. They don't rate it, Deputy Speaker. They don't believe in it, therefore they don't do anything about it. And they might jump up and down in these types of motions and play the opposition card, but when they were in government, they halved it. Because under this government, the cheaper childcare policy, we have increased the subsidy, meaning a family earning $120,000 with one child in care 3 days a week saved $2,140 last financial year. That's thousands of dollars back in the pockets of families, mums and dads, to help provide them cost of living relief so they can invest in their children's future. We know that childcare means investing and respecting in the crucial work of early educators, childhood educators. That is why the Albanese Labor government announced a 15% wage increase for early childhood education workers, investing $3.6 billion to make that happen. That means a lot for those early educators who are committed to the kids in their care and their education. Deputy Speaker, it might be a cliche. It really does take a village to raise a child. It also takes a lot of transformative policies across childcare, early education, families and health. It takes a commitment, a deep respect for equity, for fairness, for education as what gives us that start in life. And that's what this Labor government is all about.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Casey.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. Before I get into childcare and before the member for Wills leaves, I will take his challenge on divestiture of supermarkets, the toughest possible way to hold the supermarkets, the big two, to account, would bring prices down for families that are struggling with their childcare bills that they opposite voted against. There's the answer to your policy on cost of living, member for Wills. Feel free to follow up with the Prime Minister. With the Prime Minister, we get a wet lettuce, mandatory code when the voluntary code's not working. He brags about it and he doesn't come into effect until the 1st of April 2025. Only in the Prime Minister's world can he take credit for a cost of living measure that hasn't even come into effect yet. But I'll move on because I thought I wanted to treat the member for Wills with respect and answer his question about the Coalition's cost of living initiatives. And it does link to childcare. It does link, Deputy Speaker, because families are struggling at so many levels. They are struggling to pay the groceries. They are struggling to pay for mortgages, for rents, for petrol. Everything's going up. And they are also struggling to pay for their childcare bills, which is why it is a real slap in the face to working families in Casey when the government continue to talk about the supposed savings that have happened under this government, when the reality is completely different. As the member for Moncrieff has so outlined in her motion, in the 3 years since the government was elected, the cost of childcare has increased by 22.3%. Now, since the government introduced their so-called cheaper childcare policy, out-of-pocket costs for families have skyrocketed by 12.7%. Almost 30% of childcare services are charging over the hourly rate cap under the current government. Under the previous government, it was at 21%. And one of the reasons for that is when you invest taxpayer money into subsidies without investing money into increasing the supply, you are going to drive prices up. Economics 101, which we know is not this government's or the Prime Minister's strong suit. More supply with the same amount of demand will bring prices down. But the government has not focused on increasing supply in childcare at all through this term of government. And I'm very lucky in my community to have a wonderful group called Mums of the Hills, led by Belinda Young, who does a lot of strong work advocating for many issues, particularly in the Dandenong Ranges and the Yarra Valley, including access to childcare. And last year I was able to take the member for Moncrieff, Angie Bell, the Shadow Minister for Childcare, to meet with Belinda and speak to mums that are impacted. And I want to share some of Belinda's analysis of the local childcare landscape and the childcare desert that we have that this government has not addressed in the last 3 years. So data from 2024 continues to show that parents in the Yarra Ranges struggle to secure spots for their children. The situation is particularly severe in some suburbs where ratios range from 10 to 50 plus children per place, making it nearly impossible for working families to access early childhood education and care. Now, many residents in my community have to travel outside of our community for work, and the average commuting distance is 28 kilometres, and this is significantly higher than the Victorian average of 16.7 kilometres. And so for these families, access to long daycare hours is essential to account for the commute time. And there's limited access to this long daycare. It's leaving families without adequate care for their children, leaving parents making difficult compromises between career advancement and the family obligations. Now, according to data from the Mitchell Institute, in Coldstream, there has been an improvement locally in childcare availability. But even with that improvement, there are 9 children for every 1 long daycare place available. In Sylvan, in Monbulk, in Sassafras, in Wandon and Seville, the ratios are ranging from 10 to over 50 plus children per childcare place. In Ferny Creek, there are between 3 to 7 children per childcare place and between 7 to 8 children per long daycare place. And in Olinda, there are between 2 to 5 children per place and 8 to 30 per long daycare. But we haven't seen any focus on increasing places from this government. 2.5 years, 3 years in, prices are up over 22.3% under the Albanese Labor government. Imagine the damage they will do to childcare in another 3 years if they get into government.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Bennelong.
Labor recognises the transformative benefits of early childhood education and care, not just for children, but for families, communities and our economy. Early education is the foundation for a child's future. It helps build social skills, supports cognitive development and sets kids up for success at school and beyond. That's why we're committed to making sure every family, no matter their circumstances, can access quality care. We understand that every child deserves access to quality early education because it's good for kids, it's good for families, and it's good for the economy. That's why we fought to make childcare more affordable, more accessible, and fairer across the country. Our Labor policies have benefited 9,000 families in Bennelong. Since coming to government, we've cut the cost of early learning by over 17%, putting money back into the pockets of families during current cost of living challenges. An Australian family on an income of $120,000 a year, paying the average quarterly fee for 30 hours childcare per week, is approximately $2,768 better off since September 2023. That's money for groceries, rent or savings, and that's real cost of living support for local families. And compare that approach to that of the former government. Under their government, they neglected the value of affordable childcare, with families watching costs skyrocket by 49%, twice as much as the OECD average. They refused to act and left families to struggle while they stood by. And that's changed under our government. We've appointed the ACCC and the Productivity Commission to each review the early education sector, ensuring consistent reflection and progressive development towards early learning. Our government puts the needs of our communities and is focused on how best to improve them. Our goal is for a truly universal, affordable and accessible early education system for every Australian child. But we will not get there without the incredible educators who show up every day to support our kids. And for too long, those workers were undervalued and underpaid. To right those wrongs, Labor delivered a historic 15% wage increase over 2 years to retain the current workforce and to attract new workers to the sector. A universal system, which is our aim, will need a well-paid, well-skilled and well-staffed workforce. Our 15% wage rise will mean, on average, a full-time early childhood educator who is paid at the award rate will receive a pay increase of at least $103 per week, increasing to at least $155 per week from December 2025. Already, these wage rises are attracting new workers to the sector. For educators, these reforms mean better wages, greater job security and the ability to focus on what they do best, supporting young kids in their early years. For families, more affordable early learning means less financial stress and greater flexibility to work, study, or balance other responsibilities. And we're not stopping there, because from 2026 we'll replace the outdated activity test with our 3-day guarantee, giving children of 66,700 families across the country access to 3 days guaranteed subsidised early childhood education per fortnight without forcing parents into unnecessary trade-offs. That will save these families on average $1,370 a year, and for First Nations families, we're making sure children can access 100 hours of subsidised care per fortnight. And we heard the member for Casey just talk about these childcare deserts. Well, he'd be pleased to know that an Albanese government will continue to expand our policies in early education through the $1 billion Early Education Fund, ensuring families can access quality early learning in outer suburbs and regional communities by building childcare centres in these early education deserts. But the approach is very different. While we've been advocating and actually doing stuff about affordable early education, the Liberals and Nationals continue to shun evidence-based reforms that put Australian families first. We had a Liberal senator in the other place having ludicrous claims saying that, and I quote, that early education destroys the family unit, or that early educators infect children with a woke mind virus. I mean, this is just crazy stuff, Deputy Speaker, views that are held with members of the Liberal Party. It's absurd. Deputy Speaker, only an Albanese Labor government will keep delivering cheaper childcare, better wages for educators, and a future where every child gets the best start in life.
The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting, and I call the clerk.
Private members, notice number 6, relating to the agriculture sector, standing in the name of the member for Hunter.
I call the member for Hunter.
I move that the motion relating to the agriculture sector in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
Member for Hunter has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. There is one thing that us as humans cannot live without, is food. And because of one dedicated group of people that we can source food in this country, our farmers. Every time we sit down for a meal, we should be grateful for the tireless work of Aussie farmers. Our farmers deserve more than just words. They deserve a government that delivers real action, not just politicians donning in a Kubra or a puffer vest for a photo op. Playing dress-ups does nothing to truly support those who feed our nation. Over the last term, this government has been steadfast in its commitment to Australian farmers, working to grow our nearly $1 billion agriculture, fisheries and forestry industries, and the results are clear. Since July 2022, we have achieved 169 market access wins, including opening 22 new markets, implementing 66 improvements to reduce export costs and requirements, securing 72 achievements to maintain access despite trade threats, and restoring 9 previously lost trade opportunities. These numbers tell a powerful story: progress, investment and opportunity for Australian farmers and producers. Speaker, a thriving agriculture sector requires protection. That's why our government has invested over $1 billion to ensure Australia's biosecurity system remains world-class. We have seen the importance of these investments firsthand with the outbreak of avian influenza last year. Thanks to our robust biosecurity measures, Australia remains the only continent free from the devastating avian influenza. But we are not complacent. We are stepping up our national preparedness to safeguard our industries from future threats. Speaker, a strong agriculture sector needs a strong workforce. Under the previous government, the agriculture workforce was in crisis. They ignored the warning signs, leaving us to clean up the mess. We took immediate action, establishing the tripartite agriculture workforce working group, creating the Agriculture Labour Task Force and strengthening the PALM scheme, growing participation from 8,000 workers in March 2020 to over 27,000 by the end of 2024. Without a skilled and reliable workforce, the entire agriculture sector suffers. That's why we continue to invest in training, TAFE and job opportunities. But Speaker, we cannot ignore the challenges posed by climate change. Droughts are becoming more frequent and severe, yet the previous government chooses to ignore these challenges, leading to a reduced farm profitability. We take a different approach. We delivered the first ever joint agriculture minister's statement on climate change. We developed the first agriculture and land sector plan to help the industry reach net zero by 2050. We invested $1.1 billion into Natural Heritage Trust, including $302.1 million for climate-smart agriculture programs. We committed $519.1 million over the next 4 years from the Future Drought Fund to enhance climate resilience. These actions are not just about today. We are about securing the future for Australia's agriculture sector. Australians' agriculture exports are at record highs thanks to our government's work in opening new markets and restoring key trade relations. We export over 70% of our agricultural, fisheries and forestry products to 169 global markets, the most diversified trade portfolio in history. We're restoring trade relations with China, leading to the removal of the $20 billion in trade barriers. We ensured Australian live rock lobster returned to the Chinese dining tables. We supported record red meat exports and a booming aquaculture industry. Our government understands that strong trade means strong farmers and a strong economy. Speaker, to further strengthen the sector, we're reinvesting $500 million from the National Reconstruction Fund for agriculture, forestry, fisheries, food and fibre. We're also tackling workforce shortages head-on. Over 22,100 enrolments in agriculture-related fee-free TAFE courses from January 2023 to September 2024, strengthening the PALM scheme and increasing its workforce, allocating $1.9 million to attract Australians to the workforce. This government is taking action on supporting the agriculture sector. We need to stick with the government does, and that's what the Labor government is here to do. We support farmers, we support workers, and we support our food, fibre and forestry industries. Thank you.
Is there a seconder for the motion? Yes. Member for Patterson. And do you reserve your right to speak?
Speak, yes.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Riverina.
I really like the member for Patterson. I think she's a great egg. And she is the parliamentary co-chair of the Friends for Soils. And I acknowledge her work and her knowledge and her experience in that regard. But sadly, the Labor government took away the position in August 2023 of the soils advocate. Penny Wensley was doing a great job, and it was just one example of how Labor has let down our agriculture sector. No fault of the member for Patterson. I want to place that firmly on the record. She is a good advocate, but her colleagues and certainly the Ag Minister, who knows who it was at the time, let the nation. Now, who is it now? I hear the member for Cowper saying he's quite right to ask, because the member for Franklin, in fact it is, has probably not left Tasmania. And speaking of Tasmania, I caught a plane in Tasmania the other day. Chris Lilly was actually on the plane. I enjoy him as a humorist. He's very, very funny, member for Cowper. And it's always comedy hour here at the moment, because we've got the member for Hunter bringing in a motion which notes that the government, member for Hasluck's right, member for Durack's right, it's not funny, but it notes that the government has been delivering for Australian farmers. They're the first few words. The government has not been. The government has not been. And let's go through this long, sad, sorry list. We look at the biosecurity tax, where our farmers are expected to pay for the biosecurity of goods coming in from overseas, competing with their products on our shelves against them. We look at the truckies tax. That's an impost on our farmers. We look at the 450 gigalitres of Murray-Darling water being taken out of the system, that one of the greatest food and fibre producing nations on earth is now going to have to do it with 450 less gigalitres of water. I mean, this is just shameful. Where is that water going to go? It's going to go out of the mouth of Murray. It's not going to be used for food production. It's not going to be used to grow more fibre. And the member for Hunter, when he said we should applaud our farmers, well, we should. The farmers will be okay in this instance, but it's what it does to the rest of those river communities that is bringing shame upon this government. it's the hairdresser, it's the cafe, it's the local mechanic, it's the local school, because they all lose out because those communities get diminished. And it's the green tape, it's the red tape that this government is foisting upon our poor farmers. Banning, and I see that I've got my West Australian friend here and the member for Durack, banning live sheep. I mean, the trade has been going for decades. We've got the best animal welfare standards in the world, and it's now going to be filled by countries which do not give a jot about the sheep. They couldn't care less about the animal welfare standards. They will fill our trade, and what does Labor do? They put $107 million in last year's budget. The biggest item for agricultural spending is on an item to stop farmers farming, to shut down an industry that was viable, to shut down an industry and to thumb our nose in a diplomatic relations nightmare to our Middle Eastern countries, which relied heavily on that trade. And it'll be filled by cowboys. It just will be. And sheep, they will suffer. They will suffer. And they will suffer on the watch of this government. And our farmers won't be able to do what they've done successfully for decades. And the list goes on and on. It mentions in this motion about workers. Yes, workers are important. They don't care about the ag visa over that side. But I tell you what, they did make changes to the Pacific Australia Labour Mobility Scheme. They made changes to unionise the scheme. They made changes so that farmers were going to have to pay workers to sit on their backsides and do nothing, but that's the Labor way. Always subservient to their union masters, always subservient to those people who send them here, and we know who pays the piper, calls the tune. Member for McEwen, you know it, and every one of your Labor mates knows it. Every one of you knows it, because you can't help but always mention the unions. It's always union this, union that, and it's such a shame. And I tell you what, coalition's coming for you in your seat. Don't worry about that. But I tell you what, with the PALM scheme, thankfully changes were made so that it is now. The farmers are getting a better deal, and so are the Pacific workers who are coming here, because they were losing out, and they were losing out on those valuable remittances which they send back, which in some of their countries are more than half of their GDP. So it's now better for farmers and better for the workers. Only trouble is it runs out in July. Don't sneer at me. It's actually better for them. We'll have to work it out in July and get a better system for those Pacific
workers. The member's time has expired. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Patterson.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker, and I am absolutely delighted to second this motion on agriculture today. And I just want to start out by saying thank you to members of the Agriculture Committee from the House of Representatives, the Standing Committee on Agriculture, who are from the government, from the opposition, and some independents who have worked very well together to produce two really great reports in relation to agriculture. The first one is Australian Food Story, Feeding the Nation and Beyond, with apologies to Buzz Lightyear. It was an inquiry into food security. It took us over 12 months to complete this report, and it made 35 recommendations. And whilst we have an incredible agriculture sector here in Australia, food security is something that we need to turn our attention to. Despite being one of the most food-secure countries in the world, recent developments, both here and overseas, have shown us that food security presents real and growing challenges for our nation. And we need to be focusing on that food security, and I again want to thank everyone who made a contribution to that report. A couple of the recommendations in that report, which I think are worth speaking about, is we said we need a food plan in Australia. We also said that we need to pay close attention to biosecurity, which our government is doing, and we've in fact turned it round and protected our nation from things like lumpy skin disease, foot and mouth, avian flu.
I know that biosecurity is at the top of the government's list when we think about agriculture, because we have to protect our sector at all costs. Some of the other recommendations that we made was having a food plan for Australia and also having a Minister for Food. We've also made a recommendation that we needed to enforce the Grocery Code of Conduct and made it mandatory. That is one of the recommendations that the government has put in place, and I am very pleased about that. So this report is a seminal text, as according to the industry who backed it in, and I again want to say that I do hope that we get to take more action on this report. The other report that we managed to do in the Ag Committee this year was Trading North, and it came off the back of Sir Nicholas Moore's report, which said that we really needed to lean into our Southeast Asian markets. And again, I am so delighted to be part of a government that has been able to open up trade again for our ag sector, getting us back into China, opening up the Southeast Asian markets. We are working incredibly hard on doing that, on ensuring that there are places for our agricultural products to be sold and that our farmers have access to them. It is just incredibly important in a world where trade is vital that we continue to forge ahead with getting our products to market, particularly in Southeast Asia. And I again commend Senator Farrell, the Minister for Trade, who has done such a remarkable job. I also want to thank the Minister for Agriculture, Julie Collins, who is working so tirelessly, developing the first agriculture and land sector plan to chart the path for the industry to actively contribute to net zero, investing $1.1 billion in the current round of the National Heritage Trust, and also investing $68.3 million to support the sector to act on climate and reduce emissions. And I know a lot of young farmers want to do this. They're leading the way. They're into regenerative agriculture, and that is such an important part of not only building our ag sector, but also making it sustainable for the future. The other thing that I would really love to mention here that Labor has been delivering for Australian farmers and producers, helping our nearly $100 billion agriculture, fisheries and forestry sector grow, and that is a key. We need our ag sector to be growing. We've recorded 169 market access achievements, and that is such a vital thing. But the other point that I want to make is that ag is an incredibly dynamic sector. We're attracting young people to it. It's very high tech these days. The level of skill that's needed in agriculture these days is second to none and constantly evolving. I couldn't be prouder of being part of a government that is delivering for the ag sector and knows that we need to keep moving into the future to ensure that we do all have enough food and that we continue to feed the world as well.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Cowper.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, this motion moved by the member for Hunter would be comical, but for the fact, the damage that this government, this Labor government, has done to the agriculture, fishing and forestry sector over the last 2 years and 9 months. And now that's not me saying that, that's the industry saying that. And we are so lucky that the ag industry has been strong enough to weather this assault. It has been an all-out assault on those sectors. Let me start with a handful of policy changes they've made that have impacted on our farmers across the board. Firstly, they've teared up the dedicated ag visa, which was the biggest structural reform to the ag workforce in our nation. I know, I have PALM scheme and we had the ag visa workers in my electorate. Now we have problems being able to pick the blueberries, the bananas, the avocados. They just don't understand the damage that they do because they don't understand the industry. They attempted to slug the farmers with a new $150 million biosecurity protection levy, which would force farmers to pay for the biosecurity risks of international competitors. For those of you at home that might not have understood, Our farmers are having to pay by a security levy here for what people overseas are sending here. How is that fair? They're already paying over $500 million in biosecurity anyway through other programs, and this cash grab by this government, because they don't care about farmers, we're just going to reap the rewards. We'll just bring that money in and another $150 million biosecurity levy. One of the most disgusting things I've seen in this term is also shutting down of the live sheep industry. They brought it forward. They had no consultation with the community. It's a $100 million industry, and they say, oh, look, we've got $160 million to just cover that for the next 12. You'll be right. You'll be right. Go on and do something else. Find another industry. These are generational farmers, generational families who have had their legs cut out from underneath them because of ideology. We have the best animal practices. We have the best animal practices in the world. And I'll take the interjection from the member of McEwen, or for McEwen, because the next one I was going to talk about was a new truckie and ute tax on diesel vehicles. Well, hang on. What do you think the member for McEwen did between 1998 and 2002? Guess what he did? Drove trucks. He sold truck parts for diesel trucks. He's the chameleon. The chameleon. And yet he's servicing his paymasters and putting a diesel tax, a carbon tax on four-wheel drives, mum and dad SUVs, and you're going to see an increase of about $25,000 to one of the most popular vehicles, the Hilux, Toyota Hilux. It's not garbage, because I've spoken to the industry and they're telling me that every day of the week. They want us to unwind this because it is hurting them and it is hurting our farmers. Our farmers are the ones who drive the trucks, who freight all the food and fibre, but Labor wouldn't know anything about that. They just sit in their inner seats with their teal friends, making bad decisions. And what about pushing ahead with the water buybacks, which ignore the economic and social safeguards for an additional 450 gigalitres? Where's that water going to go? Where's that going to? Is it going to go on crops or in dams? No, it's going to go straight out to the ocean. Wasted water, because they don't understand the industry. So we could stand here all day. And then the methane pledge. Again, we're going to stop the cattle from burping and farting. That's what they want to do. These policies, which are just so out there, they don't care about the farmers, they don't care about you, get rid of them at the next election.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Gilmore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I want to thank the fine member for Hunter for moving this motion, because as regional members we know how important our farmers are to our regions, our country and the world. Deputy Speaker, on Friday I attended the Narrow Show. It's a show I've been attending for more than 50 years, and growing up on a dairy farm, the show
see it all the time, but I've been over and seen Western Australia, and I've been on the live, seen the ventilation that comes down and looks after the live sheep. I've seen the pens and how much room they have in there. I've seen firsthand that they have a vet on board, that they have all the people around the area are looking after the sheep. This is what they do. But no, what has Labor done to keep their Greens mates happy? They've wanted to shut this industry down. These farmers have been multi-generations. I've spoken to farmers from WA. They're the fourth and fifth generation, not for long, because value add. Just, I tell you what, total delusional. You need to get out and go and actually talk to some of these people. And energy. What's Labor done for the energy for farmers? The electrical bills have gone up by more than 30%. They can't afford to pump water. And to add insult to injury, what are you doing? Putting solar panels on good quality agricultural land. Putting solar panels on land that builds good quality the food and fibre they feed the nation. This is what you actually need to happen. So electricity bills going through the roof under those opposite, and this is after a promise of $275 we would be better off. Where's that? By 2025. Here we are, electricity prices are going through the roof. Why not provide some cheaper electricity so the farmers can grow some more cane, because the cane photosynthesises, pulls carbon out of the air and is better for the environment. Now, while we're talking about water, what about cutting all the dams? That's the other thing you've done. In my electorate, you ran a dam. There was a commitment for $480 million. And what did those opposite do? Come in, slash and burn. Well, newsflash, you can't grow anything without water. But probably you wouldn't know, because you wouldn't know what a farmer looks like. And the killing off of the agricultural visa, what a turnout that is, just to keep your union mates happy. What about the workforce shortages? Absolutely ridiculous. It's clear that Labor is no friend of farmers, fishers and miners. Vote them out at the next election, get rid of them, get us back on track.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Lyons.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for Hunter for this opportunity to recognise our agriculture, fisheries and forestry sectors and our agricultural workforce more broadly. And it's a pleasure to follow the member for Hunter, member for Patterson and member for Gilmore in this debate, all very fine regional representatives. As a representative of a regional electorate myself, I'm proud to be part of a government that is delivering for Australian farmers and producers. In my own electorate, the agricultural sector is one of the highest employment industries in the electorate, second only to the healthcare sector, with around 10% of my constituents directly employed in agriculture, forestry and fishing. More broadly, Tasmania's agricultural sector is a major contributor to the state's economy, where in 2023 farm gate value exceeded $2 billion for the first time. And the Albanese government is continuing to deliver practical support for Tassie's farmers and for our regions. At the end of last year, I joined the Tasmanian Minister for Primary Industries and Water at Greg Gibson's farm at Hagley. I spoke to Greg and other local farmers about the recent completion of the Greater Meander Irrigation Scheme Augmentation Project, it's a mouthful, and what it means for their business and the wide industry in Tasmania. The federal government invested $5 million through the National Water Grid Fund to this project, which included upgrades to pump stations and new pipelines to transfer water more effectively and efficiently across the Meander Valley. For producers like Greg, secure access to water for farming means increased confidence and security to grow and develop farming operations. And this project is just one of the many that confirms the Australian government's ongoing support for the Tasmanian agricultural industry more widely, and particularly for Tasmanian irrigation. I know it's got bipartisan support, which I'm pleased to see, but I like to make the point whenever I can, Deputy Speaker, the Tasmanian irrigation scheme was started by Labor. And I know those opposite who like to talk about how they're the friends of the farmers, but it was David Llewellyn, when he was Primary Industries Minister in a former state Labor government, who got this on track with the support of farmers, and it's been a raging success for our shared state ever since. And I know you, Deputy Speaker, you know just how well the Tasmanian irrigation works. I'm pleased as well, Deputy Speaker, our government is investing more than $150 million to deliver the Greater South East Irrigation Scheme down in the Sorell region, and that drives further economic growth in Tasmania, in what is a particularly dry part of the state. Powered 100% by hydroelectricity, I think the member for Dawson's head will explode when he hears that. It will provide water to grow iconic Tasmanian produce like cherries, apples, salad, vegetables, grapes, stone fruit and olives. And I live on an old sheep paddock myself in that region, and all that place used to grow, it used to be the wheat belt back at the turn of the 19th and 20th centuries. But to see these high value products being grown in that region is just spectacular. Deputy Speaker, an extra 37 gigalitres of water every year will be available to farmers in Tasmania's southeast,
That's the equivalent of almost 15,000 Olympic-sized swimming pools every year. I'm not sure even Ariana Titmus could get through that. We also announced last month a further $20 million for the on-farm connectivity program to help farmers utilise new technology. Across lines, many producers have taken advantage of this innovative program so far, enhancing on-farm connectivity to monitor activity with real-time data, improve safety and increase productivity. Deputy Speaker, importantly, farmers now have a government willing to work with them to meet our shared ambitions on sustainability and adapting to climate change. Together we are developing a plan to reduce the sector's emissions and position Australia as a world-leading producer of food and fibre. Throughout their time in government, the Coalition willfully ignored the science and failed to act properly on climate change and its impact on farmers. They ignored the Australian agriculture industry in its calls for actions. Industry peaks were left to go alone, and of course Farmers for Climate Action was born, which now has very active chapters nationwide and particularly in Tasmania. Inaction by the Coalition, climate change has dramatically reduced farm profitability, with ABARES modelling indicating an average of loss to farms of 23%, or close to $29,000 a farm over 2001 to 2020. Our government's getting on with the job. We are protecting farmers. We love representing farmers, fishers and foresters, and we're getting on with the job. Thank you.
The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting, and I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 7, relating to the Grampians National Park bushfires, standing the name of the member for Mallee.
I call the member for Mallee.
I move the motion relating to the Grampians National Park bushfires in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
The member for Mallee has the call.
Deputy Speaker, last week in the House I briefly highlighted the peril of communities in the southern part of my electorate due to the ongoing impact of bushfire in the Grampians National Park and Little Desert National Park. The first of these fires in the Grampians began 55 days ago, with the initial fire burning for 3 weeks near the 450-strong community of Halls Gap. The Grampians fire burned 76,000 hectares, destroying 4 homes to the south in Moyston and Mafeking, 41 outbuildings and 540 kilometres of fencing. The fire also burnt 10,000 hectares of pasture, 1,285 beehives and killed 775 sheep, not to mention the incalculable cost to flora and fauna. All up, including the subsequent Little Desert fire, which burned the western 2/3 of that national park, over 230,000 hectares, have burned in the Grampians and Wimmera area. Communities near the Grampians National Park have been struck twice in 12 months by natural disaster. After a fire in February 2024 in Pomonal, Dadswell Bridge and Dunkeld, destroying 45 homes, costing the local economy an estimated $200 million and hundreds of thousands of tourists. The late 2024 bushfires closed the town of Halls Gap to the public over the lucrative December-January tourist season for 18 days. Some tourist sites remain closed today. Fire-related closures are having a cumulative, devastating impact on the Halls Gap community, whose small businesses are struggling to stay afloat and in desperate need of support. I invited Leader of the Opposition, Peter Dutton, and Shadow Minister Perrin Davey and the member for Wannon to Halls Gap, and they heard from constituents who tell me that business owners are at breaking point, with many expressing a feeling of being abandoned by the government as they continue to hear reassurances about resilience rather than tangible support. Spending in Halls Gap has dropped by 63% since the fires began, compared to the same period last year. At the 1-month mark, $13 million in business earnings have been lost. As the fires have persisted, an estimated further $8 million has been lost. The Grampians typically attracts between 1.3 and 1.7 million visitors annually. However, cancellations are now extending until May 2025. Projections suggest that an ongoing reduction in tourism will see total losses in the region of between $34 and $103 million over the year. This is simply devastating. It is indisputable, Deputy Speaker, that businesses in Halls Gap are in dire need of government financial support. Yet, as of the end of last week, the Allan Labor government had still not requested Category D assistance from the Australian government under its disaster recovery funding arrangements, the DRFA, despite ongoing advocacy from every angle. Without this request from the Victorian government, Halls Gap businesses cannot access the maximum amount of funding, or any for that matter, for recovery from these devastating circumstances. Insurance costs for some Halls Gap businesses have almost quadrupled since the Pomona fires in February 2024, with one business paying $55,000 for public liability insurance, which even then does not cover external fire and does not provide business interruption insurance, the very thing they need. There are 120 businesses that cannot get insurance in Halls Gap, even though there is no instance in history where fire has struck Halls Gap itself. I am working continuously with locals, the insurance industry and my coalition colleagues, including the member for Wannon in the chamber right now, to look at solutions to this emerging wicked problem. Under the Albanese Labor government, insurance costs across the nation have risen 18%. These fires, combined with the impact of recent wildfires in Los Angeles on a global reinsurance markets, may combine to push insurance premiums up further and make policies even less accessible.
Is there a seconder for the motion? Member for Wannon?
I second the motion and reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, every regional MP, and in particular Victorian regional MPs, come into the summer anxious. In my own electorate, we've had the last few summers anxious about floods. Communities like Rochester, Heathcote, Huntley, devastated in recent years by big flooding events. In other electorates, as we've heard from the member for Mallee, and we'll hear from the member for Wannon, and from the member for McEwen sitting behind me, impacted by bushfire. It is part of that responsibility that you take on with being a regional MP that come this summer, you will get the call. I'm relieved that we have not been affected by bushfires so far this season. In the lead up to Australia Day, that opportunity to go out and meet with your local CFAs and SES to talk about the conditions on the ground. And whilst it's dry in my part of the world, it's not devastatingly dry and scary dry, as they called it, in the areas of Western Victoria and Northern Victoria, like we've heard about so far in this debate. It is devastating what happens to a community when we have bushfires, and even more devastating what happens to our community when those bushfires are continuing, like we have seen in the Grampians. On the 17th of December last year, the Grampians National Park fire started. It's continued through January and into February. Boxing Day last year was forecast to be the worst fire conditions since Black Summer. That is how hot and dry it has become in parts of Victoria. And then the day after Australia Day, on the 27th of January, a fire broke out in Little Desert National Park. These fires have burnt thus far excess of 115,900,000 hectares, and with forecast weather conditions this week due to continue to be high, there is a high risk again. Emergency personnel like our CFA, Fire Rescue Victoria, Forest Fire Victoria are entering their 9th week of battle. And I do want to take a moment to acknowledge the many volunteers that put on hold their lives, They put on hold their Christmases, their New Year's celebrations, and are now, in many cases, some of them are putting on hold their work obligations to fight these fires. We are truly blessed and lucky to have such dedicated volunteers to support our communities through these times of crisis. Support is there for these communities. Through the Australian Disaster Recovery funding arrangements, we are co-contributing as a government to impacted communities. Today, the Disaster Recovery Allowance has been enacted for communities affected by the Little Desert National Park fire, impacting the livelihoods of people in High Marsh Horsham and the Western Wimmera LGAs. DGR provides the fortnightly payment to affected people who qualify for up to 13 weeks. It is paid at the job seeker rate or a youth allowance rate, depending upon the person's circumstances. There is also under discussion the joint funding between the Victorian and federal government around support for small businesses. The Disaster Ready Fund continues to act to help communities to become more resilient towards all natural disaster, from bushfire to flood, to preparing themselves for what in the future may happen. This is a fund which we've benefited from in my own electorate, where we've seen funding go to Campaspe Shire, Mount Alexander Shire and the City of Greater Bendigo to help mitigate against future floods. On insurance, it is worth a debate, and a debate we need to have soon and quickly. It is alarming to talk to business owners, homeowners who are starting to go down the path of not insuring because they can't afford insurance. That is why this government established a hazard risk reduction task force in May 2024 to look at insurance affordability, and we look forward to their recommendations. It will require a whole of economy approach towards this issue. My heart goes out to those affected in Victoria. None of us want to see this in our community, and I wish them well.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Wannon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker, and I commend this motion to the House, and I thank the member for Mallee for bringing it forward, and can I thank her for her cooperation in working with me on it. This is an incredibly important motion, and it's really just calling for one thing, and that is, would the Victorian State Government please move quickly to provide additional support and help to these communities in and around the Grampians, Halls Gap, Pomonal, Dunkeld and others that have been impacted by the bushfires which have ravaged the Grampians since just before Christmas. Now, what I would say is that people have been out doing their bit right across this period of time, and the selflessness has been extraordinary. But the time has come for businesses in particular to get a little bit of support and help. The member for Mallee knows that. I know it. Everyone who can go and see firsthand, and I encourage everyone to go and have a look, will see it firsthand if they just speak to local businesses. Yet, for some reason, the Victorian State Government does not want to move quickly. Well, I say to the Victorian State Government, please, please move quickly and help and support these communities. To know and understand what has happened in and around the Grampians over the last 6 weeks is to know that we have seen a fire rage like no other, and we have seen volunteer and professional firefighters do an extraordinary job in keeping communities safe. The fact that they've been able to contain that fire when we have had some of the worst conditions that you could have when you're firefighting to protect communities has been quite remarkable. And to every volunteer and paid professional who've been out there keeping this fire within the bounds of the National Park, I say thank you. Now, we've seen periods where it has got out, and the way that they have acted to bring it under control has been remarkable. But while that has been happening, of course, these tourist towns, Halls Gap, Pomona, Dunkeld, have suffered. Because the reality is, and you can't blame them, but this is the reality, as soon as people, especially from cities or interstate or from overseas, hear that fire is burning, they tend to cancel their bookings and they tend to go elsewhere. And they don't think, well, perhaps we should wait till it's under control and then honour our booking. They just don't do that. And so what that means for business is what is normally a peak period, what I would call their sharing period, where they make the majority of their money. Christmas period, New Year period, Australia Day long weekend period, and now heading to the Easter period. That is where they maximise their income for the whole year, and that has just been taken away from them. And when we had the Leader of the Opposition come down and we visited Halls Gap and Pomona, we heard firsthand about that, about our businesses had stocked for this period and they'd had to watch that stock just waste because the people weren't there for them to be able to service. And they love servicing the tourists that come. That's their pride and joy. They love the communities they live in and they want to make sure that when people come, they're there and they're ready to give them the best tourist experience that they possibly can. But that hasn't been able to take place. And that is why we need the Victorian state government to act. All they need to do is put that claim into the federal government so it can be assessed. Now, they've done Category A and Category B. That is a big tick. But now it's the businesses that need the help and support. And that's why they need to move quickly on that. And that's why I want to support and commend this motion, because the member for Mallee's been on the ground. She's heard of the experiences that these businesses have been going through. I have too. And what we want to ensure is that Herculean effort that's been undertaken by those to keep the community safe is backed by the government coming in and supporting the businesses that need it at the moment.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Hawke.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The ongoing bushfires in Western Victoria, particularly in the Grampians and the Little Desert National Parks, have caused severe damage, as other speakers have discussed. These fires, which ignited in December, have continued to burn into the new year, fuelled by strong winds and extreme heat. As of now, more than 100,000 hectares have been burned, and conditions remain highly volatile. Communities in and around Hindmarsh, Horsham and West Wimmera have faced mass evacuations, the destruction of homes and businesses, and significant disruptions to daily life. The psychological and financial toll on residents, business owners, and emergency responders has been immense. Families have been displaced and businesses have suffered severe setbacks. The tourism industry, the economic backbone of towns such as Halls Gap, Pomona, Dunkeld, Dimboola and Nil, have been particularly hard hit. Road closures, infrastructure damage and widespread cancellations of bookings have left local businesses struggling. Yet despite these hardships, the resilience of these communities has been extraordinary. Neighbours have opened their homes to the displaced, local businesses have donated essential supplies and volunteers have worked tirelessly at relief centres, providing food, shelter and emotional support. Community groups have organised fundraisers and people from all walks of life have come together to ensure that no one faces this crisis alone. Their strength and solidarity will be central to the long process of recovery and restoration. Deputy Speaker, to support these communities, the Disaster Recovery Allowance has been made available to individuals whose livelihoods have been affected by the fires in Hindmarsh, Horsham and West Wimmera local government areas. This financial assistance has already been activated for residents in Ararat, Northern Grampians and Southern Grampians, providing crucial relief to those who have lost income due to these disasters. For small businesses, we recognise the immense strain these fires have placed on operations. The federal government continues to work in partnership with the Victorian government to assess additional assistance measures. Through the established disaster recovery funding arrangements, We're co-funding essential relief efforts, including debris removal, counter-disaster operations, and the restoration of critical infrastructure. Deputy Speaker, I also want to acknowledge the member for Wannon and the member for Mallee for working collaboratively with the Minister throughout this crisis. Their collaborative approach, along with the strong engagement of the Victorian Government and Minister Vicky Ward, has been instrumental in supporting both immediate relief and the longer-term rebuilding and recovery process. Deputy Speaker, the efforts of our emergency services personnel during this extremely challenging time cannot be overstated. Firefighters, volunteers and first responders from across Victoria and from interstate have worked tirelessly to protect lives and to protect property. I particularly want to recognise the local CFA crews in my community who have given up their time over the Christmas period to battle these fires and stand ready to defend our communities and those around us. A very special mention must go to the CFA crews from Bacchus Marsh, Blackwood, Melton, Toolan Vale, Murniong, Greendale, Commodore, Diggers Rest, Parwin, Rosalie, Ainsbury, Wildwood, Bulla, Balliang, Mount Wallace, Sunbury, and of course, the legends at my own brigade in Ballan. These men and women left their families to defend our community and others in extreme and dangerous conditions. Their sacrifice, their bravery and unwavering commitment to keeping our community safe deserve all of our deepest gratitude. This remains a dynamic and dangerous situation. Without significant rainfall, the threat is far from over. The federal government will continue working closely with the Victorian government to assess ongoing needs and provide the necessary resources for recovery. Our thoughts are with everyone affected by these devastating fires. We send our best wishes to all those impacted, and we stand with you as we rebuild stronger than before. I urge everyone to stay informed by monitoring emergency updates and following the advice of emergency services.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Casey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, first I want to commend the member for Hawke for his contribution, but also he commended the member for Mallee and the member for Wannon, which I'll do in a minute. But sometimes in this House there is rightly political disagreements, and we go at each other politically when we need to, but motions like this have bipartisan support. And I do want to also thank the member for Hawke for his service. I know he is a volunteer firefighter in the CFA, so I'm happy to hold him to account politically, but thanks is due to the member for Hawke for his contribution, also the member for Bendigo, and as I said, the member for Mallee and the member for Wannon. Many communities have been devastated by bushfires over so many years, and unfortunately it's the Grampians that have gone through this tragic event in the last 6 weeks. And I will talk about the Grampians, but it's not just the Grampians community that have been impacted. They've been impacted directly, but the brilliant thing about Victoria is that we all come together to support each other. Just on the weekend, I was having a listening post in Mount Evelyn, and Rick, who is the captain of the Mount Evelyn CFA, was walking through and we were having a good chat. He'd just got back recently from the Grampians. He'd been over there as part of a strike team, keeping the community in the Grampians safe. And then on Sunday, I was presenting an Australian flag to the team at Coldstream CFA, and Sean, who's the captain, and many from the Coldstream CFA had been in the Grampians as well, helping out. There is many brigades in my community that have been in the Grampians supporting them, and that is the vital nature of our volunteer spirit. Our volunteer CFA members protect their own community, but they're prepared to leave their families and their friends and their loved ones to go to another side of the state or into another state to protect another community. And they do it for two key reasons. They do it because they know it's a core part of their responsibility to serve, and to serve as volunteers no matter where the need is. But just as importantly, they do it because they know if their community is in trouble, if their community needs support, like our community needed support 16 years ago on Black Saturday and in the months afterwards. The brigades from the Grampians, brigades from all across Victoria, CFA and firefighter volunteers from all across Australia came to help. And it is that volunteer spirit that we need to continue to celebrate while we rebuild. And it couldn't have come at a worse time for those in the Grampians. It's a key tourist time for those businesses. They've been devastated by many cancelling, so I urge people, if you can, please visit the Grampians to support those businesses. The Deputy Speaker would know it's really challenging when you go through that short period of loss, but then also it's the ongoing effects. It is never just the days and weeks of that tragedy. It is the months and years afterwards, the mental strain, but also the economic strain that then puts more pressure on businesses. And we know that many are now unable to get insurance. As the member for Bendigo said, this is an ongoing challenge in the Grampians, but in many communities, including my community, whether it's the bushfire risk or it's the storms that the Dandenongs have had repeatedly in the last 4 or 5 years, many businesses and many homes cannot get the insurance they need. And we need to continue to work in a bipartisan way to find some solutions, because it is not an easy fix. It is a challenging dynamic. We've seen the floods up in Townsville. Many communities are going through disasters, and we need to continue to work together to find solutions to make sure that Australians and businesses can get the insurance that they need. It is something that is, as I said, an ongoing stress, but it's also so hard for many people in our community because it brings back memories of other fires that they've had to go through themselves. And so every time there is a fire, it can cause challenges for many people. So I would say those that are feeling the stress of the Grampians fires, are feeling the stress in my community, in the memories of Black Saturday. I was at an event on Friday night talking to some people and reliving the events of Black Saturday 16 years on. It's not something that leaves us. And I want to say to those that are struggling at any time, please seek the help that you need, because you are not alone. There are many to support you, and we need to continue to support those in the Grampians today and in the months and years to follow.
I thank the member. There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next day of sitting. I call the clerk. Private members' business, notice number 8, relating to the education sector, standing in the name of the member for Lawler.
And I call the member for Lawler. I move the motion relating to education sector in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, Deputy Speaker, building Wyndham's future begins with investing in education. As a local educator of 27 years, I know this more than most. And it is a Labor government's DNA, it is in our DNA to ensure that every Australian child has the best opportunity to reach their potential, to develop their thinking, to develop their capacities, and to go on to make a contribution to our country. And that is why it is so important. And this Labor government, from our littlest Australians to our most aspirational students at university, they've got their back. They've got the families who live in the city of Wyndham's back. Now, we have 10,800 families with students in early education and childcare in the seat of Lawler. And the latest data shows that families across Australia have saved up to $2,768 since the cheaper childcare subsidies came into effect in July 2023. This is cost of living relief, but it also goes to this government's commitment to quality education and to support for families. And we're supporting the workforce who deliver this quality education and care, investing $3.6 billion to support a 15% wage increase over 2 years for early childhood education workers across the country. This means that we will attract quality people to this workforce. We will maintain and retain experienced workers in early education and childcare. It goes to our commitment.
The member for Lawler would just pause. A division has been called for in the House. The proceedings are suspended to enable honourable members to attend the division. The proceedings will resume when the Chair of the Federation Chamber is resumed at the conclusion of the division and subsequent divisions.
Yeah, they're just giving me 5.
And the member for Lawler in continuation.
Thank you, Speaker. Well, Speaker, this government, this federal Labor government's commitment to education can also be underlined in the schools funding that has just been announced. Now, obviously, I'm talking about the negotiation, the National Partnership Agreement that's just been signed with the state of Victoria, which means an estimated $2.5 billion in additional Commonwealth funding to all Victorian public schools over the next 10 years. Now, this is critically important for communities like mine, with many, many families and thousands upon thousands of school children, and what my community can know now is that the Gonski Review, which found 3 critical things. The thing that Gonski found, and that people need to understand, is that there was very, very little fat in the state education system across this country. It was a lean financial machine and still is. The second thing they found was that need-based funding works and is required, and of course that's rolling through. But the third thing Gonski found was the secret sauce, what's called the Student Resource Standard, which in school terms, as an ex-principal, is what is the magic funding number where if every student in a state school was funded to that minimum standard, we know we could provide everything our students need. An SRS. Well, this commitment means that Victorian school children will get their SRS-based funding in every state school in Victoria. And that is great news in communities like mine, where people really value education. They really value what's happening with their young person and how they're developing in that space. And this funding is focused on excellence and equity, improving wellbeing for learning, so some of it supports student wellbeing, and promoting a strong and sustainable workforce, which obviously attracting skilled people into our classrooms is critically important. The last piece, obviously, is in TAFE and higher education, in that vocational ed and higher education space. And in higher education, in an aspirational community like mine, where people are really aspiring to get that degree, go on and get that master's. In a community in the city of Wyndham, where we have the highest number of PhDs per head, next to Carlton, coming out of places like Point Cook, Williams Landing, Tarneit, Truganina, where our new and emerging communities are very aspiring. And what we've done there is we've capped the help indexation rate, which is already reducing the cost to students, and if elected, we will take 20% off HECS debts across the country. And leaves me with 26 seconds to give a shout out for free fee TAFE, and what a difference this is making in communities like mine for people who want to retrain or young people looking to find the thing that they want to do but don't think they're destined for university. Fee-free TAFE is unlocking opportunity in the suburbs around this country, and in no more suburbs where it's more important than mine in the outer west in Victoria. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Is the motion seconded? I thank the member for Bendigo. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Hughes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak against this motion that's been moved by the member for Lawler, and I do it for a number of reasons. First of all, Deputy Speaker, I was glad I was present for her for the honourable member's speech today when she was supporting this. This motion refers to cheaper childcare, record needs-based funding for schools, free TAFE, student debt relief. What this motion refers to, and all that I have heard from the honourable member's speech, was just the amounts of money that are being spent. We are opposing the fee-free TAFE legislation, Deputy Speaker, and it's not because we do not support the vocational and educational training sector. To the contrary, we support all students who want to get a vocational educational qualification regardless of where they choose to be educated. And that is the whole premise. That is one of the major differences between our side and Labor. Labor love a centralised bureaucracy. I heard mention then to the public school sector. I'm very supportive of the public school sector. I'm proudly a product of public schools. But it was the Liberals who first decided to fund non-government schools. And that was one of the guiding values of our party, is that parents should have choice as to where their children are educated. And parents who choose to send their children to a non-government school should not be punished for that choice, in the same way that students should have the choice as to whether or not they go to a non-government school or whether they attend a government school. The reason that Labor has only funded places in the vet sector for TAFE is because the TAFE system is centralised, it's very heavily unionised, they love TAFE, they don't, for example, want to fund the National Electrical Communications Association, which has 500 to 600 apprentices at the moment, all doing training through the private sector. And that money is very well spent. TAFE, with people in the building and construction sector at the moment, trainee apprentices in carpentry have only a 50% completion rate. If they do it privately, they have a 90% completion rate. The same with plumbing, Deputy Speaker. Master plumbers have an 80% success rate of getting their apprentices through. TAFE, 50%. So why won't this government look at where their funding actually goes and the results of that funding, instead of simply saying, if we just throw money at the problem, we'll fix it. But there's no point just throwing money at it without then looking at, well, is the money that is being spent, taxpayers' money, actually producing bang for buck? So we cannot support that sort of just reckless spending with no regard to the outcome, no regard to outcomes based. And I note that the motion, Deputy Speaker, leaves out something very big in this whole piece, and that's the NDIS. It does refer to needs-based funding in schools. Well, NDIS is on its knees, Deputy Speaker. I have had that many people in my electorate come to me with the most horrendous stories, and I'll give you the most recent horrendous story, which was Saturday when I was in Engadine Mobile Office. Sarah, who has a 10-year-old son, Isaac. They have now had to cease essential disability support services because they have not been able to get a reassessment of their plan for almost 6 months. Deputy Speaker, this is a disgrace. What happens when she goes to NDIA? Finally putting in a complaint. The NDIA appreciates, I'm reading from the response, this is from the NDIA, appreciate the time you've taken to provide your complaint. Here's a feedback reference ID, and if you require any support, please visit our website. This is a family that are on their knees. Isaac has significant needs. And that is what the government have left us with, this mess that NDIS and NDIA is in. And Deputy Speaker, I know there are many in this place very committed to disability services. I am one. This government has failed in that space. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I'm very proud to speak to this motion that has been moved by the member for Lawler, because it does give me an opportunity to talk about the great changes and improvements that this government has made to education. We believe in universal access to early childhood education. We believe in ensuring everybody, regardless of their postcode, that their children have the resources that they need for schooling. And we believe that we should be removing and reducing fee barriers that are preventing a number of young people from either starting a TAFE or university degree or impacting their ability later in life. If I can start with school funding. I'm the proud mum of a Victorian school student. My daughter Daisy started at Camp Hill Primary School on Monday. And I was so pleased when I dropped her off that morning to know that Daisy and all her other friends, their school was on the path to receive the same funding as all of her other kinder friends whose parents had chosen to enrol them at a Catholic and independent school. It is unfair that up until this point there was a disproportionate funding arrangement, that independent and Catholic schools were already receiving the school resourcing standard, already receiving 100% of the committed Commonwealth and state government funding throughout Australia, yet our public schools in many of our states were not. We've corrected that. We've reached an agreement with the state of Victoria as well as a number of other states to see those public schools now on a pathway to receiving the full resourcing standard. On Friday, I had the opportunity to talk about this increased funding and what it would mean for a number of our schools in our area with my state counterpart, Marie Edwards, and the principal of Caruso College. And in the principal's words, it will mean smaller class sizes. It will mean greater diversity of extracurricular activities and programming, more subject options. It will mean that every student get the resources that they need. On fee-free TAFE, and this is an area where Labor and Liberal do divide, on the difference that fee-free TAFE is making. We are in a skills crisis in this country, and creating those pre-apprenticeship course offerings, creating free TAFE opportunities for those skills that we don't talk about a lot, like vet nursing, for example, is encouraging more people to pursue further education, get the skills required in those areas. The apprenticeship payment that our government has announced, that apprentices starting on July 1 will receive a bursary, a scholarship or a payment if they continue to do their studies at 6, 12, 18 months, 24 months and 36 months. That top up to help pay for the cost of living so that they keep on their apprenticeship. University student debt relief and the changes that have already come in. People in my electorate saving thousands, particularly women who've taken time out for caring or for arrangements, are seeing their debts reduced. People who choose to work in a career that pays less than others, they take longer to pay back their debts, will now have less debt to pay back because of our changes. And if we're re-elected, a further cut to those to the student debt. And finally, ECEC. And where do we begin with the great reforms that we've brought forward in ECEC? And it is a combination of these reforms that need to be focused on. We are trying to move the sector from the traditional childcare model, where it was about making sure someone was there to care for the kids whilst mum went back to work, to a universal early childhood education system. This is about the education of our youngest Australians, making sure that all families, all children have access to at least 3 days a week. Scrapping the activity test is critical for that. Paying our early childhood educators more through the changes that we've made just last year, keeping talented educators in the system, making sure that we are making childcare cheaper through the reforms of the subsidy, and working with the states and territories to make sure that we are addressing the deserts, areas like in my electorate where we don't have enough, or even a childcare centre because of the nature of the towns, helping to subsidise them so that they exist. This government is committed to education and investing in education. And we're saying to families, regardless of the age of your child, regardless of the postcode of where you live, regardless of the school you choose to send your child to, we are equalling the playing field and making sure the funding is there for you.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Holt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Education is the foundation of our society. It is the key that unlocks opportunity, prosperity, and a better future for all Australians. And Labor is strengthening our education system from the ground up. Since coming to government, we have taken significant steps to invest in education at every level. We have expanded access to early childhood education, making it more affordable for families, saving the average family over $2,700 per year. We have supported the early childhood workforce to attract and retain the best educators by providing these staff a 15% wage increase. We have invested in our universities to ensure they remain world-class institutions. We have provided tens of thousands of Australians with free TAFE as a part of our multi-billion-dollar skills agreement, helping more people gain the qualifications they need for secure, well-paying jobs. But our commitment does not stop there. We have secured one of the largest increases in public school funding in Australia's history, because every child, no matter their background or postcode, deserves a high-quality public education. Under this new agreement, the Commonwealth will provide an additional 5% of the schooling resource standards to the Victorian public schools, which will increase funding by $2.5 billion over 10 years. And this is the largest ever investment in Victorian public schools by the Australian government. This isn't just about more money. What truly matters is what funding delivers for our students and teachers. As Education Minister Jason Clare has said, this agreement will provide more individualised support for students who need extra help, a commitment to evidence-based teaching practices that are proven to improve literacy and numeracy, an increase in mental health support in schools to ensure students have the wellbeing services they need to thrive. This agreement will also include reforms to help students catch up and finish school. This includes a Year 1 phonics and early numeracy check to identify students who need additional support, because the earlier we intervene, the better their outcomes. It also includes initiatives to support training teachers. With the investment, we hope to increase the number of students who graduate Year 12 and increase the proportion of students achieving strong and exceeding skill levels in reading and numeracy. And we hope to boost student attendance and provide better support and training for teachers. Deputy Speaker, Labor is building Australia's education system again from the ground up. From strengthening childcare all the way through to university, we know how important a strong education system is for our country. The Victorian School Funding Agreement will mean an extra $2.5 billion for Victorian public and primary schools over the next 10 years. By 2034, Victorian public schools will be fully funded for the first time in history. And that means millions of extra for schools in Hampton Park, Lyndhurst, Lynbrook, Narrewarren South, Clyde, Cranbourne, Botanic Ridge, Devon Meadows, Piercedale, ensuring students in Holt will receive the education that they deserve. $2.5 billion for Victorian public schools may sound like a lot, but this is not just spending. This is an investment in our children, an investment in our workforce, an investment in the future of our country, because Labor knows a strong and well-funded public education system does not just benefit students, it benefits the entire nation. A child who receives a great education grows up to be a skilled worker and a thoughtful citizen. A strong education system means a strong economy, a fairer society, a future where no child is left behind. This is the future Labor is building. This is the future this government is delivering. And this is why we will always invest in our kids, our school, and in our great nation.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Hasluck.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. From the moment we are born, we're being educated. Some say even before that, they talk to the unborn, they sing, recite poetry, because they are so eager to introduce the idea of beauty and a world of beautiful possibilities. Education shapes and transforms us. Everyone on this planet is entitled, and yes, I'll use that word, to the best education their families, friends and society can give them. We are all teachers. Those who choose the noble profession of teaching must believe with every fibre of their beings in the possibilities for good and growth in everybody, regardless of their age or of those whose education is entrusted to them. Teachers are not simply minding the children or keeping the older ones entertained. Their job is to inspire and to prepare their students as best as they can for the world as it is becoming, and that is quite a job. One of the most important things done by the Albanese Labor government, one of the greatest testaments to its deep commitment to the Australian people, is the boosting of wages for early childhood education care providers. When we delivered a 15% pay rise for early educators, we showed them the sincerity of our respect for what that they do. It's part of the reason we have 41,900 more early childhood educators. Dedicated people are no longer being forced out of their chosen profession because of trying to make ends meet. Education is to confine and limit their lives. For individuals, that's a crime against their individuality and humanity. For society, it's colossally stupid. The Albanese Labor government's reforms have already seen 97,000 more children in early education. More than 1,000 new early learning services are open, and we're investing $1 billion more to build even more. Our investment in our schools has produced more individualised support for students, more health support and mandated evidence-based teaching practices. And we aspire. The Albanese Labor government is determined to increase the proportion of students leaving school with a Year 12 certificate by 7.5 percentage points nationally by 2030. Our Better and Fairer Schools Agreement 2025 to 2034, which began on 1st January and Western Australia was first to kick it off, puts every public school on a path to 100% of the school resourcing standard. We are determined to improve education outcomes for all Australian students, wherever they are, whomever they are. That requires commitment to equity and excellence, well-being for learning and engagement, and a strong and a sustainable workforce. Strong and sustainable workforces are based on a commitment to skills development of all kinds. Free TAFE is part of Labor's pledge to Australia and to Australia's future, to make it a strong, healthy, sustainable future in a rapidly changing and increasingly complex global environment. We can't sit around waiting for things to turn out okay in the end. We can't drift along as the Coalition did for almost a decade. Perhaps the Liberals and Nationals imagine that everyone who wants to learn skills at a TAFE can afford to pay the fees. Certainly the member for Hughes, who I'm glad is still here, had the gall to suggest as much. Well, they can't. The numbers who have flooded in since we provided free TAFE places demonstrate that. More than 500,000. That's more than 500,000 Australians voting with their feet. 500,000 reasons why the Coalition is wrong to oppose free TAFE. In November, we announced more, a 20% debt reduction to help the 3 million Australians with a student loan debt. That alone removes $16 billion in help and other student debt. Our changes to the cap, the indexation applied to student loans to be either the lower of the wage price index or the CPI, backdated to 2023, removed another $3 million in debt. The Albanese Labor government believes in action, we believe in work, and we believe in a future where everybody gets the chance to be all that they can be, to contribute to all that they can, because that's where hope comes from. That's where self-respect comes from. Our commitments are in Labor's DNA. They always have been. And we've got one more little measure that for those present living in the regions would appreciate, surely, is the university study hubs. We have one in Northern where I went to school. I certainly would have appreciated it. And we have one now in my electorate in Hasluck and Ellenbrook, allowing students access to support they need to further their studies where they can't study at home.
Thank the member. There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next day of sitting. I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 9, for a motion in relation to classroom disruption.
And I call the member for Nichols.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to classroom disruption in the terms in which it appears in the notice paper.
Continue.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, it is good to hear people waxing lyrical about education. I think it's something that all of us agree is really important for the future of our nation. We've got to have an honest debate about how we get the outcomes we all want to achieve. I think there are some real challenges in education in this country at the moment. I don't think things are going in the right direction, and there's a lot of data to suggest that. In fact, OECD data shows Australia's education standards have fallen since 2006, with Australia ranked 12th for reading, down from 6th, 10th for science, down from 6th, and 16th for maths, down from 8th. And I think we need to have the analysis as why do we think this is happening. Deputy Speaker, the data and many of our experiences in the education system show us that behavioural issues and disruption in our classrooms are a key reason why education standards are slipping. Now, some experience that I've had, I'll talk about some experience, then I'll talk about what the Senate committee found. Many years ago, I was asked to be principal for a day, which means in a school in Shepparton, a state school, which means I get to shadow the principal and work with the staff. And what I saw was a lot of teachers who were there because they were very committed to educating young people. They were very committed to doing it in the state system because they wanted to give everyone a fair go, as my mother did, who was a teacher at Shepparton High School for well over 30 years. But increasingly they were finding that they couldn't do what they were there to do, which was to teach, because there were a lot of behavioural issues coming into the classroom and the system wasn't giving them the tools to deal with those behavioural issues. I saw kids outside trying to cool down because they'd blown their stack in the classroom. I saw children being disruptive, and there are cases where children have been violent and assaults are up towards teachers. So we really need to understand what's going on here and try and work through it, because if kids aren't in a calm, safe environment, they can't learn, and if teachers aren't in a calm, safe environment, they can't teach. Now, the Coalition's pushed request on the 28th of November 2022, the Senate referred the issue of increasing disruption in Australian school classrooms to the Senate Education Employment References Committee to inquire and report on the issue of increasing disruption in Australian schools classroom. And there were a number of recommendations. I haven't got time to read them all out, but I'm just going to précis a few of them and then question whether the Albanese government, in its funding agreements, can focus on this very issue of behaviour and disruption in the classroom and get to the core of it. Senate recommendation number 8, I'll do number 8 first. The committee recommends that the National School Reform Agreement Ministerial Reference Group consider including strategies for addressing disruptive classroom behaviour as one of the priorities for the next National School Reform Agreement. Now, I'll go to another recommendation. This was recommendation 3. The committee recommends that government and non-government educational authorities are required to invest in the professional development of teachers so that they are supported by the latest evidence-based teaching skills to manage classroom behaviour. So we need to give our teachers the tools they need to deal with classroom behaviour, and it's getting harder. It's not like it was when my mum was a teacher in the 80s. Kids were coming from more stable backgrounds, in my experience. Now there's a lot of social issues, and particularly since the COVID pandemic and the onset of social media, where disruption is becoming endemic in classrooms, and we need to focus on that and make sure we create these environments to learn. I'm trying to understand where Minister Clare's funding agreements are up to with 4 of the states, because my understanding was that they were supposed to be done by the 31st of December 2024, and 4 of the states, we haven't seen the funding agreements. Not only do we want to see them, but we want to see whether there is any focus on this critical issue, as well as the curriculum and as well as increasing funding to schools, which is a supported aim, whether there is a focus on this insidious issue and challenging issue that all of us are seeing and all of us are hearing about from the parents and the staff of disruption and behavioural issues in classrooms that's causing a lot of problems with learning, a lot of problems with teaching, and it is seeing teachers move out of the sector, sometimes out of the state education sector and sometimes out of education altogether, and that's not what anyone wants. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member. Is the motion seconded?
Reserve my right to speak.
I thank the member for Hughes. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Lawler.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to begin my remarks by thanking all the teachers who showed up in classrooms today across this country. I'd like to particularly thank the graduate teachers who went to work today and had a bit of a tough day, but who'll be back again tomorrow with a smile on their face and a welcome for every student as they enter their classroom. You know, teaching's really complex. School leadership's really complex, and I'm glad that the member for Nichols, in his one day as principal for a day, learnt so much about the education system. I'm so glad that he wants us to use evidence-based things in our schools, and yet he came here with no evidence for most of the assertions that he just made. Seriously, it was riddled with errors. Where are the state negotiations up to, Member for Nichols? Well, perhaps you'd like to read a newspaper, or perhaps you could go to Minister Clare and ask for a briefing. Because, you know, the Victorian deal's signed. Because the Victorian deal is signed and every Victorian state school will be funded by the Commonwealth to 25% of SRS, Member for Nichols. But you're a Victorian and you want to talk about Victorian schools, so let's start there. So let's start somewhere else, because this really has more front than Myers to bring this here to the Federal Parliament of Australia. Because the Commonwealth assists in funding schools but does not run a school. States run schools. The second part, I just want to make sure everybody understands the hypocrisy to mention the funding programs and the funding agreements when those opposite, when in government, dashed the hopes of a generation of teachers, dashed their hopes that their work was finally going to be valued by a Commonwealth government, because they stopped the movement of Gonski. They told people through their actions that education is not valued in this country. In fact, what they did was they capped the Commonwealth contribution to the SRS for state schools across the country to 20%, but didn't put a cap on private schools. Now, unlike the member for Nichols, I have been principal for a day since I became an MP. Unlike him, I was a principal for a lot longer than that. That means I understand the funding models. It also means that I can go to my school website and I can see right now, where independent schools in this country are being funded by the Commonwealth more than state schools are being funded by the state. That's the legacy of a coalition government. That is the legacy of a coalition government. So for those who are listening in at home, just know that those opposite don't value education. Those opposite want to criticise teachers. They want to criticise society. They don't understand the complexities of teaching at all. They want to talk about social media impacting on classrooms. And if I have to hear from one more male member in this place how they know about schools, A, because their mum was a teacher, or B, because they went to a school, well, you know, as a profession, we'd like to be valued for the work we do, for the training we did, for the on-the-job training we did, for the perpetual learning that we committed to the first day we walked into a school. I didn't bring your family into it. No, someone else did. So the member for Nichols needs to understand that he wants a magic wand to fix student behaviour, and he wants the Commonwealth to magically find this magic wand. I tell you what happens with student behaviour. Hard graft, professional teaching and learning. People committed to a profession and committed to student outcomes. That's what the magic bullet is. It's really, really complex, and no one sitting on the benches in this place with no experience should be suggesting that they know the answers to these questions. They can consult, but one day as principal for a day does not make anyone in this place an expert on education or on schools. From preps through to year 12, we have committed teachers walking into classrooms. They need to be respected for their professionalism. People in this place need not to tell them how to do their job. They need to ask what supports they need to make them better at their jobs. That's what places like the Federal Parliament should be busy investing in. And the chasm between, in terms of the OECD and the outcomes, the fundamental thing that the Conservative government missed in all of this debate is that in schools where there isn't a chasm in funding between private and public, they're performing better. But you don't want to hear that, you don't want to see that evidence, you don't want to understand what it means. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member. I'll just remind all members to direct their comments through the chair. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Hughes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in favour of this motion, and I thank the honourable member for Nichols for bringing this motion. And I also commend the honourable member for spending a day at a school within his electorate. It's something that I must admit I've not done yet. I am going to do it now that I've heard that from the honourable member. And I think that the confected outrage, Deputy Speaker, from the member for Lawler was really quite extraordinary. Deputy Speaker, I don't know how it can be suggested that one can only, standing here as an elected representative for the seat of Nichols, as the honourable member is, how can it possibly be suggested by the member for Lawler that the member for Nichols cannot get up and speak about education within his seat and indeed within his state, within his nation? He has been elected, and I remind the honourable member for Lawler that he's been elected to represent constituency, and the honourable member has just as much right to stand and talk about education or about any other topic that he would like to, as does the member for Lawler. And simply because the member for Lawler was a teacher and a principal for many years does not mean that the honourable member is the only person in this place that has any right to speak on education. That is a complete and utter nonsense, Deputy Speaker. Complete and utter nonsense. The bad weekend that my friend, the member from Nichols, has just referred to down in Victoria could well be part of it. But, Deputy Speaker, the member for Nichols has brought a very important matter to this place, and that is that the government is yet again sitting on an inquiry that had many recommendations, and this included a recommendation that the Australian Curriculum Assessment and Reporting Authority strengthen the focus on behaviour within the Australian curriculum by specifically introducing a behaviour curriculum. And, Deputy Speaker, just as an aside, I would be very interested for a count to be done as to how many reports have been done in this place and in the other place during the term of this government that have been presented to the government that have not been acted upon. And, Deputy Speaker, I note that many, including me, have spoken in this place about the failure of the Albanese Labor government to act on the Murphy report into gambling. I cannot count the number of times that I've spoken on it, and Deputy Speaker, and I know that many others have as well. So this is yet another inquiry where the government has the report, has the recommendations, but, oh no, that's all too hard, or we'll look at that on another occasion, because it was something that was proposed by this side of the House. And, Deputy Speaker, it goes to empowering teachers so that they can actually teach in a classroom without things like chairs being thrown at them, without the disruption of children running and students running around a classroom. I've been into classrooms. Thankfully, in my state of New South Wales, the government has banned the use of mobile phones in the classroom. When my children first started high school in 2019, I went to a local high school, I'm not going to say its name, and it was showcasing the school. And the students were standing there. So this is parents going through and supposed to be impressed with the school. We went into a food tech room. There were 3 students at the front cooking, 10 at the back, all on mobile phones. And that was supposed to be acceptable. Our mobile phones aren't interrupting the education of our students. Anyway, thankfully that's been reversed in New South Wales. Now, Deputy Speaker, while I'm here and talking about teachers, I want to talk about some fabulous teachers that are working in some great schools in my electorate, and I know that because I've been out to see them. I saw them at the end of the year and also throughout last year. They are Como West Public School, Illawong Public School, Hammondville Public School, Ingleburn High School, Macquarie Fields High School, Sackville Street Primary School, Macarthur Wodonga Adventist College, Menai Public School, Bangor Public School, Waterfall Public School, St Pat's Primary School, and the beautiful Minerva Public School that does so much to educate and support children with significant disabilities within our community. So, Deputy Speaker, I commend this motion and thank the honourable member for bringing it. Thank you.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Spence.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. I'm going to be honest here. I feel for the member for Nichols. I reckon he would have come up for this motion and would have deliberated it with his colleagues towards the end of last year. I'll at least credit him here. The subject matter is important. It's important that the very classroom our children develop in are brought to the attention of this House. The Albanese Labor government is committed to advancing our communities from the ground up through education. For communities like the northern suburbs of Adelaide, and I've said this a few times now, education is the key to opportunity. It is the circuit breaker for disadvantage that serves to lift individuals and families out of intergenerational cycles of poverty. Beyond that, thriving countries like ours are built off the back of teachers, who will often give the majority of their lifetime towards educating our children. The education system deserves national attention to continue this progress we make, both as a national collective and as individuals, and this motion helps to do so. I'll credit the member from Nichols for reason two, and that's going back to the timing of this motion. Because just a couple of weeks ago, my home state, our home state of South Australia, signed a historic agreement with the federal Labor government to fully fund public schools, to bring our classrooms to the level they need to be, to address the core of the issue the honourable member raises in his motion, to finally correct the record after years of ignorance from those opposite. That agreement was for the federal government to come together with the Malinowska state government in South Australia and cover 25% of the schooling resource standard. And this is a federal Labor government doing what it does best, meeting the needs of our communities, meeting the needs of my community, where help is needed most on this front. This is an investment of an estimated $1 billion in additional Commonwealth funding over the next 10 years, which represents the biggest investment into South Aussie public schools in the history of the Australian government. And this is a federal Labor government that gives a Gonski, one that is committed to a genuine lift in the standard of education in this country, to tackle disadvantage head-on and level the playing field. So going back to the timing of this one, I reckon in the words of the great Sher, if the member for Nichols could turn back time, if he could just find a way, he'd find a way to change this one up a bit. Because I'm now going to chart what's caused the issues the member raises, of poor behaviour in classrooms, of the negative impact to learning outcomes because of it, of worsened morale in the workplace for teachers, of constant retention headaches for schools, which is especially prevalent in my community, which those opposites sat on their hands and watched for 9 long years, and which Labor is getting back on track. And that journey starts in 2011 with the Gonski Review. A recommendation that public schools received 100% funding, and that funding go towards things like phonics tests, numeracy and literacy tests, to having support staff in classrooms to help with unruly children. And it takes me to one of the primary schools in my electorate, one that I'm very fond of, one that I've had the great fortune of taking the Minister for Education, Jason Clare, to recently to meet fantastic Principal Julie Murphy, her team, and the wonderful students that come to or that go to learn at that primary school. Julie Murphy and her staff go above and beyond every single day to meet the learning needs of the young people that go to that school in my community. And when I say go above and beyond, I don't just mean turning up and delivering classes. Julie Murphy and her team go out into the community of Elizabeth Vale, knocking on doors, getting young children dressed and brought to the school to make sure that they have the best education they possibly can. This sits outside of what the SRS is fundamentally there to do. But this is what great teachers do. This is what great leaders in our education system do. They give a Gonski. They take the essence of education in its purest form, and they know what that means for the young people that they're teaching. And without principals like Julie Murphy and her team, we are worse off. This SRS funding is going to help with the retention of fantastic leaders and teachers at schools like the Elizabeth Vale Primary School, and I commend this motion. Thank you.
There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. Apologies. I call the clerk.
Private members' business. Next order of the day, resumption of debate on the motion moved by the member for Ryan in relation to taxing billionaires and big corporations.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Griffith.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. A message to Labor. You don't beat the far right and their billionaire and corporate mates by adopting their policies, taking their money in political donations and offering more of the same. We have seen it in the US. Trump blamed immigrants for the cost of living and housing crisis. And what did the Democrats do? They acted tough on migrants, took donations from billionaires and basically proposed the status quo with a bit of tinkering around the edges. Well, we saw the result of that. Somehow they allowed Trump, a billionaire property mogul backed by billionaires like Elon Musk, to become the anti-establishment change candidate. Now Dutton is blaming migrants for the cost of living crisis. Peter Dutton. And what are Labor doing? Passing some of the most draconian anti-migrant laws this country has seen. That's what Labor is doing in response. Breaking their own party's policy platform to adopt Dutton's policy proposal for mandatory minimum sentencing and dumping their own environmental policy to please a bunch of massive mining corporations. Oh, and taking donations from billionaires like Anthony Pratt, himself a supporter of Trump, and proposing a bit of tinkering around the edges and basically the status quo. And now Labor are somehow allowing Peter Dutton, the guy who rides on billionaire Gina Rinehart's private jet to special parties and thinks mining corporations should pay less tax than they already do, to become the anti-establishment change candidate just like Trump. Time and again, we have seen far-right thugs like Trump and Dutton rise to power in times of economic crisis, only after political parties like Labor utterly fail to offer any genuine alternative vision, one that directly addresses the cost of living and housing concerns of working people and offers an alternative narrative to the one offered by the far right. People are losing hope because the main opposition party is proposing radical right-wing change and the other party is promising basically more of the same. When more of the same is skipping meals to pay the rent, I can understand why people are angry. But here's the real problem, and if the Labor Party had guts, this is what they would say. 1/3 of Australia's biggest corporations pay $0 in tax. Meanwhile, 2/3 of all retirees who rent live in poverty, skipping meals, sitting in the dark to save on their power bills, dreading their next rent increase. The real problem is not migrants, it's the fact that Australia's 159 billionaires more than doubled their wealth over the last few years to over $500 billion, $584 billion. While 1 in 3 single parents and their families live below the poverty line. That is over 300,000 kids with single parents in this country living below the poverty line. The real problem is that over a 7-year period, 5 of the largest multinational gas corporations operating in Australia made $134 billion in revenue, and you guessed it, paid $0 in tax. Meanwhile, millions of Australians are struggling to pay the rents or mortgages. The real problem is billionaires and big corporations wielding enormous power over our political system, and they use that power to make the vast majority of our lives tougher while using their ownership of giant media companies to blame migrants. The silver lining in this context is Australia has a very different political system to the United States. We aren't forced to choose between a far-right radical like Trump and more of the same in the Democrats. In Australia, you can choose something else. And our preferential voting system means you can vote for the Greens and then preference whoever you like after that, and then you can make sure that you keep Dutton out, but actually push for a hopeful vision.
Member for Griffith, please remember to refer to members either by their title or by the electorate.
And then we can push for a hopeful vision for this country, one that says we can tax billionaires and big corporations, make them pay their fair share in tax, and use that to do things like bring dental and mental health into Medicare for everyone, so no one has to skip a meal just so they can fund their kid's trip or their trip to the dentist. We can bring back free university and TAFE, so working people in this country can go to university without fear of copping tens of thousands of dollars in student debt. We can tax billionaires and big corporations to build enough public housing in this country so everyone has the home that they need to live a good life, just like Australia used to. We can start to bring our energy system back into public hands so we don't have private energy companies ripping us off on our power bills to make massive profits. We can follow Norway and tax our gas industry properly and use that billions of dollars of wealth that's currently going offshore and putting it into our country right now to do things like raise the pension above the poverty line, to raise job seeker and other income support payments above the poverty line, to make sure everyone in this country has a good life, and that's what we're fighting for.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Fraser.
Deputy Speaker, thank you for the call on this motion. When I see a motion like this, particularly from the Greens political party, I must say, it really reinforces to me that it is possible in this place to have aspirations that are quite close. And I look at some of the aspirations in this motion to build more houses, particularly for those who are vulnerable, to have a fairer tax system and so on. And I say to myself, I don't totally disagree with some of the aspirations that I think this motion is pointing towards, but it takes more than aspirations in public policy. It takes more than aspirations in the real world to get outcomes that mean things for people, the people that we ought to be representing in this place. And what I think the Greens political party fails to do is to move beyond listing a whole bunch of aspirations and firstly, having the depth to actually come up with practical, well-thought-through solutions, and secondly, in the midst of a political environment, moving beyond being activists or a university debating club and actually getting outcomes that are lasting outcomes that lead to real-world solutions. So, firstly, let me point to an area that is a first-order issue when it comes to people's quality of life, particularly an issue of first order during the course of this parliament, and that is tax policy, tax relief, the stage 3 tax cuts. Now, we can have a motion which says that we should tax more evenly, that we should tax in such a way that we give greater benefits to those who are more vulnerable, particularly in a cost of living crisis. But what this government actually delivered was tax relief that led to tax cuts for every taxpayer, but that was much more skewed towards those on low incomes than what was being presented to the parliament by the previous government. People on less than $45,000 would have received no tax cuts under the previous government scheme, and under this government received over $800 a year, meaningful increases in their disposable income during a time when people were feeling particularly squeezed. 84% of taxpayers, and indeed probably a higher proportion of that in my electorate, better off under our tax cuts. So this government is delivering meaningful, real benefits to people. The Greens political party will put forward all sorts of aspirations when it comes to the tax system. Tax billionaires a gazillion dollars. I think that was the response of one country to one of the technocrats out there, but it's meaningless. It doesn't lead to real outcomes for people that deserve them. Another area, and perhaps the area that best highlights the Greens as activists rather than genuine responsible partners in government, is housing policy, where when this government put forward sensible reforms, the Housing Australia Future Fund, the Help to Buy scheme, the Build to Rent scheme, the Greens party, because it wasn't exactly what they wanted or because it didn't go as far as they thought it should go, blocked it for month after month after month. And so we see the housing difficulties this country is facing are all the more difficult because they prefer activism over getting an outcome. So they don't do the hard work on the policy, they don't come up with practical solutions that are actually achievable,
But in addition, their mode of operating in the political system and in this parliament is such that they would rather see nothing occur so long as they can keep going out door knocking, so long as they can cynically use an issue for political purposes. This government has achieved so much in housing, $32 billion of initiatives, plus free TAFE places, which have led to something in the order of 45,000 additional people being trained, which is going to do a huge amount for the supply side of this housing challenge. The Greens political party spent a year or more on many of these measures, blocking, along with the Liberal Party. They should hang their heads in shame at the way they behaved this term. So this motion contains a number of parts that I agree are issues that require further action. But on most of these topics, the government has delivered action, often in the face of ideological and activist and simplistic opposition from the Greens that has been entirely counterproductive. And that's what we should look at when we look at the words of those opposite.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Is there anything that sums up the Greens political party more than what we're just going through right now? A performative motion full of wedge politics, aimed to elicit an emotional response, and I was expecting them to come up here and, come out fighting. They didn't even show up. What's going on? It shows that they're performative politics at best. They put up the words and they don't back it with action. They'll spread this motion out to their supporters and say how they're in Canberra fighting the good fight and they're in the Fed chamber putting up this motion. And here we are today at 7:26 p.m. We've got hard-working members of the Albanese government here speaking on this motion, putting the record straight. And Deputy Speaker, they couldn't even be bothered to show up to debate their own motion because, and that just sums up the difference between us two. Yeah. We come here and we work. We work to solve some of these problems that the Greens identify. They just identify them. They don't do much about it. Yeah. They just talk about it. Or they'll go hold up their placards. But when it actually comes to doing what we need to do in this place to change the lives of Australians and to make our tax system fairer and to help with cost of living, they are no-shows, absolute no-shows. I cannot wait to tell my community about this, how the Greens perform out there in front of their supporters, but then they can't come here and actually have the debates that we need to move our country forward. So like the Greens, I believe that multinationals should pay their fair share in tax. But unlike the Greens, we actually do something about it. Yeah. We actually do something about it. We came to government, we made it clear multinationals should not get away with exploiting loopholes and shifting profits offshore, while hard-working Australians often pay more than sometimes of these multinationals. For too long, these big corporations have dodged loopholes and used these loopholes to dodge tax, whilst everyday Australians like nurses, teachers and tradies and small business owners, I might add, have to pay their fair share. That's not right. And what do? We introduce laws to set global and domestic minimum tax for multinational corporations. We ensure that companies making profits in Australia should pay tax in Australia. That is a government that works. That is a government that introduces the laws that we need, not just empty motions and no-shows here in the Federation Chamber. This legislation was a critical step in line with our OECD global tax reforms. Under our change, any multinational enterprise with global revenues exceeding $1.2 billion will now be subject to a 15% minimum tax rate. That'll end the race to the bottom on corporate tax dodging. So if small businesses in particular, in Ryde, Epping and Eastwood are paying tax on their profits, then multinational corporations making billions in Australia should be doing the same. This is real action. Because if you believe the Greens political party, you'd think that nothing's being done. No. Yeah. You think that nothing's being done. Right. This motion is about playing politics instead of supporting progress. Since we took office, inflation had a 6 in front of it and has now fallen to something with a 2 in front of it. Real wages are rising again. Unemployment remains at 50-year lows and 1.1 million jobs have been created. These numbers represent real Australians with jobs, real families with more money in their pockets, and a real difference in the cost of living pressures that people have been facing. And we've been able to deliver this economic reform, deliver increased multinational taxes, while also delivering cost of living relief. If you read the Greens political party motion, you'd think that no Australian is getting that relief, and that's simply not true. We've got tax cuts delivered to every taxpayer, all 13.6 million of them. That's every nurse, every teacher, every tradie, keeping more of what they earn, because we know it's working people who drive this economy. This motion talks about Medicare as if it stood still in time. And the Greens political party know that's not the case. Yeah. Labor has tripled the bulk billing incentive, the biggest boost to Medicare in 40 years, ensuring millions more GP visits are bulk billed and reducing out-of-pocket costs for families. We promised 50 urgent care clinics, but you know what? We've delivered more than 80. Wow. 80 urgent care clinics to cut emergency room wait times and deliver cost of living relief. And then on housing, we've committed more funding to housing in 3 years than the Liberals did in 10. $32 billion to deliver rental homes, social homes, affordable homes and market housing, whilst also helping those renters who want to buy their first home. Then there's students, $3 billion from student debt and more to come if we get re-elected. We're about action here on this side. When those bother to show up, all they do is talk.
There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next day of sitting. And the member for Holt is seeking the call.
Yes, Deputy Speaker. I move that the Federation Chamber do now adjourn.
Is the motion seconded?
I second the motion.
I thank the member for McKellar. The question is that the motion be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The Federation Chamber stands adjourned until 4 p.m. on Tuesday, the 11th of February.
you